is joining right now. Trustee Phillips has joined. Welcome. And Trustee Lara as well. Welcome, Trustee Lara.
Hi.
So good evening, everyone. Welcome. I would like to call to order the August 26, 2020 regular meeting of the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education. Thank you for joining us this evening. I hope everyone joining us tonight is doing well and that each of your families are in good health and staying as safe as possible. We continue to meet via Zoom for all district and board meetings as authorized by the Governor's Emergency Executive Order issued on March 17, 2020. The West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education will conduct board meetings via video teleconference until further notice. Before we recess to closed session, I would like to remind the community that to be called to share their public comment, they need to either raise their hand on the Zoom app or press *9 if *9 if tuning in via phone call, followed by *6 to unmute once their name is called. Thank you. Do we have any public comment for closed session?
I do not see any hands raised.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you, and we will be back at 6:30 for open session. Thank you, everybody. So we will recess to closed session now. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Seems like people are entering now. Trustee Lara is here. Trustee Phillips, Trustee Panas, Mr. Duffy. So we can get started. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, so good evening, everyone. Welcome. I would like to call to order the August 26, 2020 regular meeting of the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hope everyone at home is doing well and that your families are safe and in good health. We continue to meet via Zoom for all district and board meetings as authorized by the Governor's Emergency Executive Order issued on March 17, 2020. The West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education will conduct board meetings via video teleconference until further notice. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. This is the first board meeting of the new school year, and I want us to acknowledge the tremendous work by everyone involved in the planning and implementation of distance learning. The summer months consisted of endless preparation to be ready for the beginning of school. The summer months also saw our nation and communities organize against racial injustice and police brutality, and we witnessed the youth organize and advocate for one another, as well as solidarity across communities and the need to keep on pushing for equity and equality year-round. As we exit the summer months, we are working together through the current public health crisis by taking steps to keep everyone safe, by adhering to social distancing guidelines, and by continuing partnerships and networks to ensure families have access to the resources they need. I want to thank each WCCUSD student, family, employee, and community member for supporting each other, working extremely hard to have a successful start to the school year, and for completing the first week of the 2020-2021 school year. Thank you to each employee and volunteer distributing meals at school and community sites. Thank you to each student for their commitment to their education in a virtual setting and for adjusting to their new schedules and classes. Thank you to every parent and student advocating for their needs so that we can meet those with efficiency sooner rather than later. We appreciate each of you. I would like to share some basic instructions regarding how we are going to be using Zoom today and involve members of the public. We will be having live public comment via Zoom. This may result in some uncomfortable situations, so we hope you will bear with us as we navigate any issues that may come up. It is our hope for members of the public to be able to participate and share their public comment with the board in a space conducive to a respectful public forum for all. During the meeting, all board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting. Staff members are also present and will be on video when they present. Members of the public will not be on video, will be muted throughout the meeting unless they have raised their hand for public comment on Zoom. In order to comment on an agenda item at tonight's meeting, members of the public should raise their hand by pressing the raise your hand button on the Zoom app or by pressing *9 by telephone when the board reaches the item on which they want to comment. If you are calling in with your phone, when your name is called, press *6. to unmute your phone. When we get to the item, a member of the district staff will call your name. Comments will be restricted to the amount of time allocated by board policy. Your hand must be raised before the first public comment is read on an agenda item. After the first comment is read, there will be no additional public comments accepted. In order to be recognized to speak, you must be using a first and last name. Thank you. Now we will share the same directions in Spanish. Para hacer un comentario sobre un artículo en la agenda, se le pide al público que por favor levante su mano al presionar el botón de levantar la mano en la aplicación de Zoom o al presionar estrella 9 por teléfono cuando lleguemos al artículo para cualquier usted quiera hacer su comentario. Si está llamando por teléfono, por favor presione estrella 6 para prender el micrófono de su teléfono. Cuando lleguemos a ese artículo en la agenda, un personal del distrito escolar llamará su nombre. Los comentarios serán restringidos al tiempo asignado por las normas de la mesa directiva. Su mano debe estar levantada antes de que el primer comentario se haga en ese artículo. Después de que el primer comentario sea leído, no se aceptarán comentarios adicionales. Para ser reconocido para comentar, debe usar un nombre completo. Gracias. I also want to note the members of the public can translate the meeting agenda webpage by clicking on the button labeled English with a globe next to it to translate the meeting agenda into multiple languages. And we have interpretation services available via Zoom by clicking on the globe icon on Zoom at the bottom. Thank you. Superintendent Duffy, can we please have roll call?
Yes. President Hernandez-Jarvis.
Present.
Trustee Lara.
Present.
Trustee Cuevas.
Here.
Trustee Phillips.
I see Trustee Phillips is here, but I wonder if he has the ability. I don't know if he's joined as a panelist.
All right, let's try to get him in here.
Yes, please.
Trustee Panis.
Here, and I see that he's a panelist, but he's muted right now. Trustee
Okay.
Phillips.
So maybe Ms. Logan, if maybe Ms. Logan can communicate with Trustee Phillips to see if we can get his mic working.
Yeah, or Trustee Phillips,
Thank
feel free to text me if I can help in any way.
Thank you.
Also, 2 student board members who are here, Stephanie Garcia Avila should be on with us.
Here.
Great. And Caden Cotton Blake.
Here.
Trustee Caden Cotton Blake. Great. All right.
Thank you. Welcome, Trustee Cotton Blake and Trustee Garcia Avila. It's great to have you here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Duffy, for the roll call. Superintendent Duffy, do we have a report out of closed session?
We do. Just multitasking to make sure we get Trustee Phillips on here. So first report out is the board voted to reject the government code claim presented by claimant named in closed session dated August 3rd, 2020, alleging property damage and personal injury 5-0. And the second report out is the board appointed Charlotte Betson, principal of Mira Vista K-8 school. That is the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. And
Madam Chair,
Phillips,
Madam Chair,
yes,
just a
Trustee
correction.
Cuevas?
We didn't vote on anything in closed session, Superintendent, so it was likely 4-0-0, 1 absent.
I apologize for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Trustee Cuevas. Mr. Duffy, Trustee Phillips noted that he needs to have someone let him into Zoom.
I'm wondering if he is under Angela Phillips' name that has a hand raised, but potentially not. Oh, he's on.
That may.
He says he's under his own name. So let's see. Mr. Phillips is currently. Oh, I think we just got him. He was on the attendees, so I think we've brought him in now, hopefully, as a panelist.
I was stuck in the, it was in a waiting room, but when I was on here, it took about 2 minutes, I think, to be able to be let in. So I'm not sure if maybe he's experiencing the same delay right now for some reason.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to get him on here. So if you can check back, Mr. Duffy, to make sure that we help him. Thank you, to get on here. Okay, and my computer is freezing a little bit, so I apologize for that. The next item that we have is item B5, and that is thank you to Communications Director Marcus Walton.
Yep. I am going to start that this evening, and I also looking to see if Marcus is with us or
Marcus, Mr. Walton is here with us.
Okay, fantastic. So as you all probably know by now, Mr. Walton is leaving us, and he is off to the county director of communications. So he will no doubt still be interacting and interfacing with us. But I'm hoping we could just pull up that agenda item because there's some words I'd like to read on that précis in honor of Mr. Walton. Okay, while we do that, hopefully we've got Mr. Phillips coming on.
Good evening, all. Hang on just one sec. I'm having a little technical difficulty myself.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm back. My computer froze and then Zoom got me out, so I'm back here. So, Mr. Duffy, are we waiting for Trustee Phillips to be let in? Is that a yes?
I'm not sure. That's an I'm not sure because I
Okay.
don't see him in the attendees.
He is listed in the panelists.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I've tried to unmute him, but it doesn't seem to unmute.
Okay.
You might try to come out and come back in.
Yes, maybe Trustee Phillips, could you rejoin? Because it looks like you are a panelist, but it's not, the audio is not working or the video.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yep.
if you rejoin us.
Yeah, if you can hear that, let's have Mr.
Please.
Phillips exit and rejoin so we can try to work it again.
Thank you. And I apologize to the public for this short delay.
So I have up on my screen, oh, there it is. Okay, sorry. Great. All right. So while we still work to get Mr. Phillips here, we will share some appreciations and celebrations of Mr. Walton, who after 6 years serving as communications director is headed to the Contra Costa County Office of Education, as I mentioned. Marcus understands the landscape of our community and district, and from smoke and fires to our budget, from the best moment to the most tragic, Marcus has been right there to communicate to our community about what has happened and how we move forward. Marcus grew up in the district, attending Pinole Middle and graduating from Pinole Valley in 1988. After joining the military, Marcus returned home and wrote for the Advocate at Contra Costa College before graduating from Sac State, just to be clear. And as a former journalist, Marcus worked for the Sacramento Observer before embarking on his school communications career at Sac City Unified, then Capistrano Unified, and returned home in 2014 with his family and settled in Hercules. Marcus's calming presence and wisdom won't be that far away, and as he reminds us, he still lives in the district, his children go to school here, and he'll still be advocating for WCCUSD. Marcus has had ample opportunity for me to tell him how much I really appreciated his work and leadership. So again, thank you so much, Marcus. And we really, really appreciate everything you've done. And I personally have such great respect and thanks to you and for you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. And if we can take a moment for board members, if you would like to share something with, some words of gratitude toward Mr. Walton right now. We can begin with Trustee Cuevas, Trustee Panas, Trustee Phillips, Trustee Lara, and Trustee Garcia, Trustee Cotton Blake, Garcia Avila, I'm sorry, Trustee Cotton Blake, and then myself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Walton, I know I've engaged with you the whole time that I've been a member of this board, and it is with both a sense of sadness that you're leaving this district, but also sheer excitement for the new opportunity that you'll have to serve not just the communities of West County, but all the communities in Contra Costa via the County Office of Ed. So I want to thank you and wish you well. I know that it's a tough job and a thankless job to be the person that shares information, factual information, information that comes with lots of different opinions that others impose on it. But through all of your work, I've appreciated your steadfast professionalism. And I know that you've done all of this while staying the dedicated father to your children. So thank you so much, Mr. Walton, for the way you've served our students and our families. I truly appreciate you.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Trustee Panas?
So, Mr. Walton, I can't thank you enough for all the things that you have done for me. I mean, it has just been a real treat to know you and a pleasure to work with you. And I'm so grateful for everything you've done for me and for our students and for our families and everyone else in our community. You have been so dedicated, and I could send you a message any time of the night or day and you would normally get right back to me. It was like amazing. I don't know what I'm going to do because like my standard reply has always been check with Marcus, and I'm not sure what I'm going to say now to people, but thank you so much. I know Terry at the county, and I know you're going to do great there. I'm really excited about this new opportunity for you. Thank you so much, Marcus. I'm going to miss you in a big way.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Trustee Phillips?
Thank you very much, Mr. Walton, for the time that you spent here. You've seen many people come and you see many people go. And along the way, you've done tremendous work for our community. And I respect you for that, and I appreciate you for that. But I also appreciate the ability to talk to you and to bounce things off of you and to get feedback from you when I'm in the right and when I'm in the wrong. You have definitely been somebody to say that. And I appreciate that because you need people around you who are willing to tell the truth, right? And who are willing to put their best foot forward. And that's what you've done. So, man, I wish you the best in your new position. They are lucky to have you. I know that you're going to knock them dead, but you're still going to be around because you live here, and I look forward to having a different kind of relationship with you. So thank you very much for your service. I really appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Trustee Phillips. Trustee Lara?
Yes, I just want to say, Mr. Walton, I really appreciate your high level of professionalism, kindness, and positivity, and I've appreciated that. I'm sorry to see you go, but I'm very excited about this next adventure for your career, and that we're just all going to miss you. And glad you're not going to be too far away. Bye.
Thank you, Trustee Lara. Mr. Walton, thank you so much for your professionalism, your knowledge, just all of the strengths that you bring. I think when I was elected to this board, you really helped to onboard me, and I appreciate that. And I think you really bounce back ideas well, and I think you have a knowledge of the community and just of, you know, the history here, and you've shown that you really care about all of the children here, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to have worked with you and to, you know, be able to communicate. Like, we need to have communications in this way, and you were so receptive when we were talking about you know, when schools were closed, and just that type of communications that was a lot more intense than, you know, than the regular, in addition to all of the other work that you were already doing. So I just want to thank you sincerely and say that I wish you the very best in your next endeavor. Thank you.
President Hernandez-Jarvis, we do have a number of hands raised. I just want to remind people that if you are raising your hand, it is for the item we're currently on. Let me know when you're ready to check on those hands.
Thank you, Mr. Aurelio. So yes, so if the public, if you have your hand raised for this specific item, then you can leave it up. But if you have it raised because you want to speak during public comment that's coming up, then please raise it at that point. Thank you. So in our trustees as well, Trustee Garcia Avila and Trustee Cotton Blake, do you have any words of gratitude that you want to share with Mr. Walton?
Well, I personally would like to thank Mr. Walton for all the advocacy he's shown during his time working here. Even in the short time that I have had the opportunity to work with him, he's advocated for me, and I've seen his professionalism in person and how he's just done great work in this community and in our district. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I just want to say just thank you for your hard work and dedication throughout these years. I'm so sad that we didn't really get to work together, but I just wish you the best of luck for your future.
Thank you, Trustee Cotton Blake and Trustee Garcia Avila. And Mr. Walton, did you want to share anything with us too before we go to public comment?
Thank you, Board President Hernandez-Jarvis, members of the board, Superintendent Duffy, to our student board members as well, and to the community. I was born here. I was raised here. I went to school here. Met my wife in this community. Had my children in Sacramento, but they now go to school in this community. My parents went to Richmond Unified School District schools and graduated from those schools. And I attended school here and graduated, and my children will attend school here and will graduate from these schools. So this has not been just a job, it's been a labor of love, and it's been exciting. 6.5 years went by quickly, and I'm extremely grateful for the way this community has embraced me and welcomed me back home. And they're sending me off 20 minutes away, but I will still be here. And there's work to be done. This was not an easy decision, but I will still be here doing the work from a different vantage point. And I think that we know that there's a lot of potential, and there's a lot of work that still has to get done and completed. It's not just about this job for me. It's my kids, it's my cousin's kids, it's my nephews, it's my friends' children, folks I went to school with who are asking me what the best school is to send their children to. My cousins trying to find the best place for their children, and my sisters, and it's everyone in this community. That's why we do this work. Even during the difficult moments, the late board meetings, the one thing that I know that we're all working to make sure that all of our students can improve and are able to reach their potential. And so thank you again for this opportunity. I came back home at a really difficult time personally and for our family, and this community's continued to embrace me and my children. And I just want to say thank you to everyone for that. So thank you. Good luck, and I will still be here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Walton. We really appreciate you, and we can't wait to see you again. You know, whenever you want to come to one of our meetings, please. Thank you.
We want
And
to take public comment now.
yes, so if any members of the community that have their hands raised right now, public comment, for the thank you to our communication director, Marcus Walton. So anybody that still has their hand raised right now.
Okay. And it looks, we have less than 10 right now. So let me open up with Leslie Reckler.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening to everybody. And I'm glad this isn't live because I've got the tears streaming down my face. I want to thank Marcus for everything and wish him the best as he goes off on his new adventure. I'm really excited that he has this opportunity, but I also have to say that I'm really sad that he's leaving us. And I want everyone to recognize what a huge loss this is for our district. He's been the voice of the district for over 6 years, and he's been such a great friend to our families and our students, and especially to PTA. And his dedication to his job and his work ethic is all consuming, and he's come to every meeting and he's shared himself with the community in a completely selfless manner to the detriment of his own family time. And just one night to tell you just the kind of person he is, he sends me an email and he says, I need to meet with the PTA board about the trustee elections. And I said, well, we're actually at my house tonight. And he shows up at like 8:30 after like 2 other meetings that he's been to. And of course I fed him, but here's this guy who shows up because he feels it's so important to make sure that everybody's informed. You know, just the unwavering commitment to his job and to the community, and to really say thank you. However, on the other side, I still get to work with him because we will be working together through the 32nd District PTA and through Contra Costa County Fund Ed. So Marcus, when you get situated, you know how to get in touch with me because we have work to do. And so all the best to you and your family. And I personally will really miss you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reckler. The next speaker is Zalon Harrison. Ms. Harrison.
Hi, Marcus. Oh, I'm so happy to see you going to do something that makes you happy. And as a chair of Asset, I want to say thank you for showing up for us and always, you know, answering our emails, getting us information, helping us understand them crazy maps. We appreciate you so much, and I'm so happy that you're going forward. You always kept era of professionalism, and I just thank you for all the work you've done. And I'm not saying goodbye because I'm going to see you later. I don't have all that stacked up Leslie hat, but I'll see you. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison.
Thank you.
Next, we have Misha Harris-Gash.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And it's Maisha, but you're really close.
Sorry.
You're real close.
I'll get it. I'll get it.
So, Marcus Walton. Imagine my shock and surprise. But you know what? We only have this one life. And so I am happy for you, and for whatever your reasons, you know, were for taking this position. We will deeply, deeply miss you. And as someone, I am an underclassman to you. You're 88 Pinole, I'm 89, Kennedy High School. Probably came to Pinole back in the day when leadership, we would go to the other campuses and spend the whole day, the leadership classes. I went to Pinole. Shocking. So with all that being said, just once again, our district, we just continue to lose great talent, and especially homegrown talent. But with that being said as well, I will continue to tell my students, because I'm a teacher at Kennedy, my alma mater, as I will continue to tell my students, greatness is in your district. Greatness is in your school. And you will be one of those people that I will let them know about that came out of our district, that's your level of greatness. So blessings to you and your family, and congratulations once again.
Thank you, Ms. Harris-Gash.
Thank you.
Next, we have Petronila Fernandez. Ms. Fernandez?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, good evening, board members and staff. My name is Petronila Fernandez. I am a parent, community leader. Actually, I am a board, representing ELCAP, but now I am expressing my word for first, welcome my new fourth grader teacher at Forest School. She is leading my fourth graders child in the classroom. I want to say thank you to her because in the end of the school year, we having teacher, but I want to really thank her for leadership and for having the opportunity to teach my child. I am so happy with her, but I have another thing to share. I really appreciate the district-wise, please communicate with parents. For example, I am a mother, I know to know in advance what is going on for distance learning. And I found out Mr. Marcos Gonzalez is not anymore our executive director, but I please send an email or communication to the parent who will be the person we can contact them for something we need to figure out for what's going on in our school. I really appreciate, again, communication is the key and we want to each other collaborate. And I am very positive. I love to having my child in home to distance learning is going well. But I want to thank her, the teacher, but actually maybe she need a little more support. I hope the leadership in our school help her and giving the opportunity to give her support. That is my point for today. And well, to thank you, Mr. Walton, for having the opportunity to meet you. I know I am very strong, but I want to say thank you either way and have a good step in your life. And God bless everybody. That is my comment for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Our next speaker is Robson Swift.
Okay, hi, Mr. Walton. I just want to say that I had to speak because Mr. Walton's one of the nicest, kindest, most dedicated people I've ever met in my entire life. It was an absolute honor to work with you when I was a school board member and when I was on the LCAP. You were just the most helpful, awesome presence ever. Whenever I saw Mr. Walton, I would always smile. And I just want to say that you helped turn me into the advocate that I am today. And my only regret is that I didn't hold myself back a year so I can work with you more. So thank you so much. And I do want to say that this district is losing somebody great, but I hope that wherever you go, you're gonna thrive and help other people while you're there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jose De Leon. Mr. De Leon?
Yes, good afternoon, board. Mr. Walton, it's a pleasure to work with you. Thank you very much for the work you've done for our students. Thank you for bringing the debate league to Richmond High. I think it was a great addition to our school and for our students. Communication from you as always, well done, very thoughtful and to the point and timely. So thank you very much. You will be missed, but we will be bugging you to come back and talk to our students. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Estela De Paz.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. And Mr. Walton, I just really wanted to say thank you so much for everything that you've done. Your professionalism, your steady hand, your patience, your kindness, all of those things have been a blessing to us. Thank you for not running away when I bring hard conversations your way. And I especially appreciate all of the things that you have done, I know, behind the scenes that I hear about. Congratulations on this decision. I do hope that this is going to be leading you to more wonderful things in your own professional and personal growth. I know that you're in District 1, so I'm hoping that here on the northern side of the district, we'll get to see you more and maybe engage you at a different level to make sure that our community and our students continue to thrive. Thank you, Mr. Walton, and God bless.
Thank you. Next
Thank you.
speaker is Vieira Allen.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Vera Allen. In public, I know that we have other people who raise their hands after we started the first public comment when it was 3 minutes. So if we can have it down to 2 minutes now, because we have 9 people with their hands raised. We have 8 actually now. So 2 minutes. I apologize for the change.
That's okay. I'll try to talk really fast. Marcus, congratulations. Thank you so much for your service. And as much as I hate to see you go, I am actually grateful that you are taking this opportunity to rise, because we have so few African-American men in leadership within the district. And it's so important that our children get to see a Black man doing so well and taking the opportunity to continue to rise and lift himself up. So I appreciate that and having the opportunity to do that. And also, I'm very excited because you do still have kids in our district. So that means we'll see you at APAC and that you get to be involved in our schools now and with us on ASAT. So I'm going to be coming for you and looking and grateful for all your leadership, and especially during these past few months. You've just been brilliant. And so appreciative. So thank you and good luck in everything. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Audrey Shields. And just a reminder, we are going to do 2 minutes.
Hi, hey Marcus, I just wanted to say congratulations to you. I have really appreciated you. You've been such a nice guy. I'm a new kid on the block, a relative. I'm not that young, but I'm a new kid on the block, and you've always been helpful and available, and you've always tried your best to help make things work. You supported the NAACP, the elders, the assets. We really, really appreciate you. I'm glad you're sticking around in the county. We will be seeing you around, and hopefully we will get you at asset, but I just wanted to let you know how much we appreciate you. Thank you. And good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Shields.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Demetrio Gonzalez.
Good evening, Marcus. Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to congratulate you. There's obviously a million things we can say about you, and I want to echo what everybody has said. There's very few people that are as dedicated as you are to this work. In the last 5 years, you and I have done quite a bit together when it comes to every emergency and the parcel tax and the bond, and you're always available at any time. And it's pretty incredible because not too many people obviously put this work first, and you have always done that. And you know, I think that I'll always cherish all the memories that we had late conversations. But if I could pick one story, it's last year when we decided to close schools. The following day, we were all meeting in Mr. Duffy's office, and all of a sudden there were 3 TV stations that showed up at the district office. And Marcus like, Demetrio, I need someone to come outside with me to talk to the TV stations. And I was so not prepared. I was in a t-shirt and jeans, and Marcus gave me a shirt, dressed me in that minute, helped me. And honestly, we got through it. And it was, I mean, I'm always gonna continue to cherish all these amazing and crazy memories that we had. And, you know, I hope that I can be as an amazing dad as you are. So thank you for that as well. I've really appreciated you on a personal level and professional. So good luck, and we're looking forward to seeing you more in the district as well.
Thank you.
So just a reminder, speakers need to have a first and a last name listed. So there's a person named Ivan. I don't see a last name. If you can rename yourself, and then I will call you up. Miriam Wong, you're next. Miriam? You can unmute.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Working. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you because you show us respect. You make all the effort to reach out to the Latina community. When I got to know you, I found the wonderful person that you are, with your values and always nice, regardless of what was happening around you. I kind of miss you. I kind of miss you. I wish you the best. And God bless you, Mr. Wharton.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Guadalupe Enyane.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Mr. Marcus Walton. I just wanted to say congratulations on your new position and also give you thanks. I think everybody did a great job echoing how appreciative we've been of your work and your commitment and also your responsiveness to, you know, us parents. And, you know, I know we've given you a hard time here and there, but, you know, I really appreciate you and, you know, appreciate the work that you've done and, you know, the commitment that you've held to like really give us the answers that we need and have a lot of patience. Your patience has been really extraordinary in a lot of cases and we're going to miss you. And I know you're going to miss us and, you know, everything that has to go along with it. But, you know, I hope that this new step in life takes you in, you know, bigger, better things. And I'm grateful for, you know, the time that we got to work together and the time that we had to, you know, correspond to one another. So I just wish you nothing but the best of luck moving forward and to say a big old thank you to you. And, you know, I did appreciate you a lot. And thank you, Mr. Walton.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shakira Reynolds.
Good evening. I just wanted to say on behalf of the Parent Leadership Council, as well as the DLCAPS committee, how much we appreciate Marcus and his work, especially during the school closure. People have been talking about the 6 years, but we have been in the trenches since schools closed, and Marcus has really risen to the occasion. The amount of dedication he has shown to this district and our families to move us through this to where we are now. I can't say enough how much we appreciate that. I appreciate your dedication to your family. We know that you have done some, 15, 18-hour days, and I hope that this new opportunity provides you more of the balance that you're looking for, but also that it gives you what you want professionally. We will miss you, but we wish you the best of luck. And so forward ever, I'm so excited about what these next steps will bring for you. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Next is Ada Narvaez. Narvaez.
Good evening, board members. Such a pleasure to be with all of you again. First of all, I wanted to thank Mr. Walton for all these short years I've been in the community and get to know you.
Ms. Narvaez, it's really hard to hear you. It sounds like there is some background noise.
So annoying.
I don't know if I'm the only one hearing this, but I hear other voices too. And then I hear the background noise more than your voice.
Well, nobody's with me right now. Do you hear me now?
We can hear you better, yes.
Okay. Nobody's with me.
Thank you.
Oh my God, my time is over. Okay, I will thank you for everything, Mr. Walton. It was a good experience meeting you and having the support I really needed to be in the community, as a Spanish community. I really feel sorry for you And I hear a lot from you, especially as you as a speaker of the high school district. The district that I came from, thank you for the experience, and I wish you the best.
Thank you, Ms. Narvaez. We're gonna stop it now. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next is Teresa Kearns.
Hola, buenas tardes. Primeramente quiero darle las gracias al señor Walter por su gran labor y apoyo que nos dio durante el tiempo que estuvo en el distrito y felicitarlo por su nueva posición y decirle que sabemos que no se va, solo cambia de lugar porque sabemos que donde él esté nos va a seguir apoyando de una u otra manera. Gracias por su servicio y gracias por estar ahí para todas las minorías. Le deseo lo mejor. Gracias.
Gracias.
And our last speaker for this topic is Kate Burkhart. Kate, are you there?
Thanks, Marcus, for all that you've done over the years. And good luck to you in the county. We need you there as well. So congratulations and good luck. Goodbye.
Thank you. Okay, and I just, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, that's all of them.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to do a quick audio check with everybody. Can everybody hear well, or do you hear any feedback noise? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Walton. I think that we cannot finish expressing our gratitude for you. You're going to be missed, and I'm grateful to know that your kids are in our district, so we're going to see you a lot still, and I wish you the very best in your new position. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to members of the public for sharing your public comment for this item. The next item that we have coming up is item 6B6, and that is the presentation of student board representatives from the Youth Commission for the first semester of 2020-2021.
That's me. And so we had originally placed this on the item because we thought the official first day of our student board members would be this Wednesday, today, but we were able to have them join us 2 weeks ago, and they did have a chance to introduce themselves. So I am pleased to introduce again our two new student board reps, Stephanie Garcia Avila from Richmond High School and Caden Cotton Blake from Middle College High School. And something we've done a little bit differently for this board meeting, and we'll see how it goes, is during committee reports, we have put student board member report, because at the end of our board meeting, we have time to hear from our board members, where board members have time to do some open public comment and share, an update from their work around the district. But we often don't get to it because we finish so late and our student board members aren't here, or when we do get to it, our student board members have had to leave. So we're going to get a chance to hear from our student board members during committee communication. So I think for tonight, they can certainly just wave and folks can know who they are. And then we will hear from them a little bit later. And if that is a structure that works for us, we'll keep doing a student board report during committee time, which is a lot earlier in the evening. So again, welcome Caden, welcome Stephanie. We look forward to hearing from you a little bit later tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy, for explaining that. And I want to also, again, welcome again our students who are serving as trustees, Ms. Caden Cotton Blake and Stephanie Garcia Avila. So welcome again, and we want to make sure that we hear your voice early in the meeting, so we're going to try this. And if you have anything that you want to share right now, please let us know. So we're good until later today. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Really excited to have you here with us. Our next item on the agenda is item B7, agenda review and adoption. Do any board members have any changes that they would like to make?
Staff has one recommendation, which is to move the consent item around the digital divide, which I believe is B6, no, excuse me, C7. We would ask to hear that just before public comment. When we sometimes do resolutions, we have a few folks that would like to speak to that. Ms. Logan would like to share a little bit. So we're asking if we could move C7 before public comment.
So immediately after the presentation by Healthy Richmond.
Yes.
Okay. So it would be item B11, no, B10.
Oh, and we'd also like to pull the social media policy. There's still some work we're doing with CSBA, getting some information there. We thought we'd be a little farther along. That is the F4 we would like to pull as well and bring it back when it's more ready.
Okay, so then staff is recommending to have C7 immediately before public comment and to pull F4 for a later meeting when the board policy for social media is ready. Okay, is there any other change that board members have? Trustee Panas and Trustee Phillips?
I would like to pull C2 and C8.
C2 and C8?
That's Charlie 2 and Charlie 8.
Trustee Panas, can you repeat that, please?
I'd like to pull C2 as in Charlie and C8.
Got it. Thank you. Trustee Phillips?
I would like to pull C5.
C5.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. So board members, the changes being suggested for the agenda, staff recommending to have C7 immediately before public comment and to pull F4 for when it's ready at a future meeting. And items C2 and C8 and C5, having those pulled from the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the agenda with those changes?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Panas. Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Cuevas?
Cuevas.
Thank you. Board, can we please take a vote?
Cuevas, yes.
Panas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, yes.
And I forgot to remind us all that we're going to begin with students. So board members, Cotton Blake and Stephanie Avila Garcia, excuse me. Garcia Avila, I'm sorry.
Cotton Blake, yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Thank you. Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to approve the agenda with those changes. To adopt the agenda with those changes. Okay, so up next we have item B8, approval of minutes for August 5th, 2020. Are there any changes or clarifications that need to be made for accuracy? No? Is there a motion to approve the minutes for the August 5th, 2020 meeting?
Madam Chair,
Trustee Cuevas?
I second Mr. Panis's move of those those minutes.
Thank you. Can we please take a vote? Motion made by Trustee Panas and seconded by Trustee Cuevas. Beginning with our students, please.
Cotton Blake, yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Panas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to approve the minutes for the August 5th, 2020 meeting. Up next, we have the request to address the board, Roxanne Carrillo Garza from Healthy Richmond.
Good evening, board members. I'm Roxanne.
Good evening.
Nice to see you all. Good luck. I mean, I'm glad that the first week of school has gone well. I'm very happy about how things have proceeded. So that has a lot to do with all of you. So thank you for that. We'll start with our presentation tonight, which is the Healthy Richmond Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan and our policy recommendations for this year. The next slide just has our contact information. If we can go to the next slide. So if you have any questions, our email is there. And then I really encourage you to go on our website, because we just recently redesigned our website, and you'll be able to see the racial equity work and resident power building work that we do in other areas. In addition to education, we also work on economic justice, access to healthcare, and supporting community safety and the transformation of criminal justice systems at the county level. So I really encourage you to visit our website. The next slide, I just wanted to start by saying that this year we typically do our LCAP presentations every year, our policy recommendations, and in the last few years we've allied with the LCAPs and ASAT and others. I think last year we all stood together. But this year is a real opportunity to pull together as a community and support the students and their families. If we have learned anything, this year has shown that the underlying racial inequities really have impacted our community in so many ways, and particularly in education. The next slide, just wanted to let folks know that these recommendations were done in partnership with the Healthy Richmond Network of community stakeholders, such as community-based organizations, resident leaders, district staff. And we had over 60 participants who attended 2 town hall meetings focused on the district's reopening plan. The Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan recommendations reflect the voices of a lot of partners who represent Black and non-Black communities of color in our district, who continue to be the most impacted by COVID. So we'll start with the recommendations, the recommendations. So the next slide. We hope that you had a chance to look at our platform, which we sent as well, that details out the LCP Learning Continuity Plan areas that each of our recommendations address. So you'll see that when you look at the larger platform. Next slide for our recommendation 1. This is a recommendation to really resource and increase funding for the school-based health centers to provide mental health services for students, to maximize mental health and social emotional well-being during this pandemic, and challenges of distance learning, and increase and improve services for the LCAP population. This recommendation would bring together school-based health center staff, teachers, school administrators, to strengthen the existing infrastructure by increasing communication and accountability within the care team, to create shared goals to support the students' well-being that leads to the achievement of school-based measurable goals. The next slide just shows you a graphic of what we talk about in the more lengthy recommendation. So school-based health center staff will provide teachers with training on how to identify students who may need support through mental health services. Also strengthen the teacher referral process and participate in the district's care team that is triaging students. And then finally follow up with with teachers rather, to see what the impact of those interventions has on youth when they return to the classroom. And then finally, just a statement that the model is really based on increasing communication, transparency, and agreement on shared goals between everyone that's really working with the youth. Information will be shared appropriately in order to best serve the students' interests. And I just wanted to, double score that, because I think all the folks that are on school campuses, the school counselors, psychologists, the positive school climate folks, folks trying to work with the teachers to provide training, and the health centers all have the students' best interest at heart. So how do we bring those folks together to better provide services? The next slide moves us to let's go to the next one. Slide 9 is the positive school climate and for justice impacted youth. So these are youth that are coming back to our district from juvenile hall or the boys ranch. And we really put this in to build off of the work that started over the last few years under the Positive School Climate Resolution. So this is really focusing on getting grants and community partnerships going through a competitive RFP process, rolling out and coordinating reentry plans and leveraging the existing work of the County Office of Education, creation and rollout of curricula, educating teachers and instructors on the methods to better serve legal systems impacted youth. The next slide talks about really prioritizing African American students in the delivery model. But as I talked to some of my partners like Safe Return Project, they reminded me as we were creating this recommendation that justice impacted youth are really the LCAP population. So many of them are also foster care youth, English language learners, and low-income students. The next slide, the recommendation really calls to increase academic and school success for youth, these youth, to relaunch the Positive School Climate Work Group and with community members at the table, to establish a case management system leveraging the existing infrastructure of local partnering organizations, coordinating and sharing information with the County Office of Ed, and developing strategies to assess the impact of academic achievement for Black students. Next slide. This recommendation, same recommendation, would allocate funds to coordinate school district staff, parents, youth, and community partners to establish and run a racial equity community oversight council in order to define and address anti-Blackness and systemic racism that's rooted in policies and behavior. So this is our third recommendation. In addition, the funding would go to local racial equity, anti-Blackness experts and regional partners who would provide input by sharing school-based models related to, I know the district's interest in establishing an Office of Racial Equity that would centralize policies such as the DEI policy and streamline a committee structure. I know there's been some concern about, the number of committees or structures to support this work. It would focus on implementation, accountability, and I think really coordinating very closely with the Office of African American Student Achievement. Next slide. The Community Oversight Council would improve and expand services for the LCAP population, as well as prioritizing African American students, would address learning loss within distance learning context and provide youth and families with valuable leadership opportunities, and really a platform to advance social justice in the face of inequity. Next slide. The council would be community driven and institutionalized by the governance committee and would work towards some of the following goals. This is an intentional strategy to support parents and youth to actively participate in racial equity dialogues, development of racial equity policies, and implementation of anti-racist, anti-bias framework district-wide. We know that some of the high schools, Richmond High most notably, but others have been working on some of this work at the school level, and certainly the district is looking at moving this forward. But this is really an intentional strategy to support community to be involved. There's a strong connection between this recommendation and the governance committee's work on the DEI policy and rollout of a anti-racist, anti-bias framework. And we're recommending that this oversight council operate under the governance committee to ensure it is informed by the committee's work, the governance committee's work. Last slide, next slide. This council will be community driven and we'll be looking at academic achievements that would be equalized district wide. And specifically for African American students, and focusing on racial equity, anti-Blackness, anti-racism, and looking at really very specific things like classroom structure, grading practices, teacher practices, ethnic studies, curricula, and teaching methods. The Community Oversight Council would also liaison with school site staff, so racial equity coordinators and administrators, district staff who have been charged with establishing a district-wide racial equity initiative. And then we also noted in the longer recommend platform document that there's some existing structures within schools. So, you know, the school site councils, the APACs, PTAs, other groups that already exist in the structure of the district. And then finally, a sort of a closing statement to say that in the next slide, that this district-wide policy practices and guidance must be consistent and mandatory, including monthly opportunities to engage staff partners and the Community Oversight Council. And one thing I wanted to say about that is, you know, there was some conversation at the governance committee level about providing trainings to staff is important and good, but I think some of the public comment during those meetings was geared at, you know, what happens after that? You know, is it, you know, just training, or what happens after that? So, you know, really making sure that within that infrastructure, teachers have the opportunity to do really deep reflection and create affinity groups to really cement the work that they're learning through these specialized trainings, and then for us to come together as a community. And you know, after doing this work for quite some time, community, parents, students, and others really need support to do this work in tandem with the district. So it's important to have this oversight council. And just finally, the last slide, thank you for your time tonight and listening to our recommendations. And in the next slide, we have a picture of the folks who really brought together the DLCAP's recommendations last year. But we really just want to thank you for listening tonight, and you know, really implore that you look at the funding that's coming into the district. We know that there's a lot of competing priorities, but really prioritize the services that students need during this time.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Ms. Garza, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oh,
Trustee
okay.
Lara, I'm sorry to
Go
interrupt 1 second. Thank you to Ms. Roxanne Carrillo Garza for the presentation and Healthy Richmond for your recommendations. I listened to them. I do apologize to the community. I'm experiencing some health issues right now, and have asked Trustee Lara as the board clerk to facilitate for this meeting. I'm going to stay present, and I'll be here, but I won't be facilitating it because I need to take care of some things I'm dealing with health-wise. So I'm going to be here. I will just need to step away for a few moments and be listening in as well, and comment and have my votes. But I have asked the board clerk to facilitate this meeting. Thank you. Thank you.
Trustee Lara,
Thank you.
we do have public comment on this item when you're ready.
Okay, and thank you, Madam President. Please take care of yourself. Okay, let's start with the public comment.
Sounds good, thank you. Cheryl Lane, you're up first, and we have over 10, so we're gonna, looks like we're gonna do 2 minutes for now.
2 minutes, thank you.
And we might need to switch to 1. It looks like it's growing, so.
Oh, okay, it might be 1 minute.
So Cheryl Lane, you go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, everyone. Hello, my name is Cheryl Lane. I'm the Executive Director of Building Blocks for Kids, also known as BBK. I'm also the mother of a son who is a student in our district. I'm calling today to support Healthy Richmond's Learning Continuity Plan policy recommendations and platform. Now more than ever, the time to prioritize creating safe and healing center spaces for students in our school communities, especially as the new school year starts with distance learning and students, families, teachers, and administrators working and learning in different learning environments. We also see the continued social unrest as a result of police brutality, social injustice, and anti-Blackness occurring in our nation and here locally. We have the opportunity with these recommendations to address trauma and the health needs of students to support healing and wellness. We also have the opportunity to root out racism and injustice in our school system that diminishes the promise and the academic achievement for far too many of our students, especially Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and other students of color. So I stand with parents, caregivers, students, and others who want funding priorities to reflect our values. So I want to thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And we're going to switch to 1 minute for the rest of the comments.
Thank you, Ms. Lane.
Next up, we have Shakira Reynolds.
Good evening, board. I am also calling to support Healthy Richmond's Learning Continuity Plan, policy recommendations, and platforms, both as a parent in this district and as the chair of the DLCAPS committee. It is extremely important that we make sure during this time and going forward that the pandemic is not just an emergency, but that we use this time to create a new system that better meets the needs of our most vulnerable students. Programs like the James Morehouse Project should be replicated district-wide, not underfunded. We have to make sure that our justice-impacted youth are given the support that they need to be valuable members of our community and be prepared for their later lives. And obviously, with everything that is going on in our world, we need to make sure our district is at the forefront of meeting the needs and the moment of everything that is going on with social and racial injustice and unrest. So please fund these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Yeah.
Next up, we have Stephanie Huckman. Stephanie Huckman.
Ms. Huffman, are you there?
Trouble with my computer.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we can
Yes,
hear you.
now we can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I had some trouble here. I'm the director of Bay Area Community Resources, a longtime WCCUSD service provider, and I'm also calling to support Healthy Richmond's policy recommendations. It's essential that we continue and increase funding for mental health services so our students, especially Black and non-Black students of color, can be supported through the health centers that we have spent years creating and need to continue services in those centers. We can't be in the health centers right now, but we know now more than ever, students or families are suffering with depression, anxiety because of COVID, fears about illness and death, isolation, economic distress, distress about racial injustice and police violence against Black and brown students throughout the country, and certainly navigating the emotional challenges of remote learning. We need to increase, not reduce, the services that are available to young people at this time. We also need to work with the district to expand the school climate systems and establish a community racial oversight council. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Huckman.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Rader.
Hi, my name is Jen Rader, and I'm the founder and director of the James Morehouse Project, the Wellness Center at El Cerrito High School, and I am speaking in support of Healthy Richmond's recommendation, set of recommendations, and particularly the first one around funding for mental health services at school health centers. Our health center, as health centers across the district, disproportionately serves our Black and brown students. I want to give you a snapshot of this week. We're midway through week 2. We already have almost 40 referrals. Those are parents who are coming to us because their students are depressed or anxious and not connecting with distance learning. They're students because of family crises, teachers referring students who've suffered catastrophic losses. We know that the district has funded coordination. We're asking for additional funding to support these critical services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rader.
I just want to remind folks who are waiting to comment, we do need a first and last name. So if, for example, one might say Healthy Richmond, log out, log back in with the first and last name, please. Next up, Carlos Limas.
Good evening, board members. My name is Carlos Lemus, and I am a staff at Healthy Richmond and also a Richmond resident and a family to our school district students. Thank you for the time, and thank you to all our partners who have come together since about a year now to collaborate on the set of recommendations, especially as we prepared for the budget cuts from last year and also transition into distance learning. And so these set of recommendations not only address the problems that have existed since my lifetime, but also there's this opportunity that we are either going to go into an expansion of more institutional power and inequities, or we use this opportunity, as many of the young people and the rest of the country have, to reimagine what we can do with our public funds and how we can address future problems. So please fund these recommendations, as they are both not just for COVID-19, but for after. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Limas.
Next up, Vieira, Alan.
Thank you so much. I think it's so important right now, especially given COVID. We're going to need those health centers as we start to test and move back into our school sites. We're going to need those spaces. Our community has been so over-policed. When they're coming back, they need more support, not less. And too often they come back to less and not more. They need more. I had the opportunity to collaborate on that third recommendation. The Oversight Committee is an absolute must. This is something that is so badly needed. We need to not only follow the policy, but we need to follow the money because that tells you really what your priorities are. And so we need a group of citizens, of people from our district coming together to really look at how we're spending our money, how we're doing what we say we want to do, and to make sure we're all in alignment with what is true and right and needed at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Next up, Robson Swift.
Hello, my name is Robson Swift. I am a community member and a member of a Cal-based student organization called Education Reimagined, which is focused on education justice. I'm calling in today to support all of Healthy Richmond's LCP policy recommendations. We need to save school-based health centers by increasing funding for mental health services so our students, especially during and after this pandemic, can be supported emotionally during these difficult times. Youth are experiencing social isolation and massive stress due to the pandemic and shelter in place and need support. Academic studies show that psychological stress and poor social emotional well-being are deeply correlated with poor academic performance and attendance. And mental health issues impact students of color the most. So this isn't just a school climate issue, it is a racial justice and equity issue. If this district truly wants to be anti-racist, we should be actively investing in these services. Therefore, I ask the district increase funding for school-based health centers. And I don't have enough time, but please support all the other recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swift.
Next is Teresa Kearns.
Sí, para mí también es muy importante que se le dé seguimiento al apoyo que va a recibir nuestra comunidad afroamericana y las minorías. Y también quisiera saber si ya tienen un plan de cómo se van a calificar los estudiantes, no solo de paz y no paz. Quería a ver si me pueden responder esa pregunta. Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Kearns.
Next is Inan Burrell, or Burrell. Inan Burrell, or Burrell.
Yes, good evening. This is Ianad Burrell, and I have been volunteering with Healthy Richmond for about a year and a half, their Access to Quality Health Action Team as the communications co-chair, and I'm also a 25-year resident of Richmond. I am in support of Healthy Richmond's LCP policy. I believe it is important for two reasons. Save school-based health centers by increasing funding for mental health services so our students, especially our Black, Latinx, Indigenous, and people of color, can be supported emotionally during these difficult times. Last fall, the district missed a tremendous opportunity when they passed up applying for the health centers grant that was available through the Mental Health Services Act. This mental health students would have need social emotional learning, and that would have attributed to that opportunity. Also, I am in support of establishing a community racial oversight council to eliminate structural inequality in the educational system and bring the community into this policy as part of the decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burrell.
Next is Rachel Rovinsky.
Hello, my name is Rachel Ravinsky, and I'm a member of Education Reimagined, a Cal-based student organization focused on education, equity, and justice. I'm calling in today to support all of Healthy Richmond's LCP policy recommendations and platform. I believe it's important to save school-based health centers by increasing funding for mental health services so that the district students, especially their Black and non-Black students of color, can be supported emotionally during these difficult times. Numerous academic studies have shown that Black and non-Black students of color have lower access to mental health care and that mental health is inseparable from student achievement. The district needs to be the one to help eliminate these disparities as schools now more than ever are centers for basic needs such as childcare, food, and especially mental health care. I also believe it's important to work with the district to expand positive school climate for legal justice systems impacted youth so that they can have more access to trauma-informed healthcare and services. And last but not least, it's important to establish a community racial oversight council to eliminate structural inequality in the educational system and bring the community to this policy and decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ravinsky.
Next up is Tracy Mendez.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Mendez. I'm the Executive Director of the California School-Based Health Alliance. Standing on the shoulders of giants, I'm here today in strong support of Healthy Richmond's policy recommendations. I've been so impressed and excited by the growth in school-based health centers across this district in collaboration with your strong community partners. I've seen how the trusted staff in these centers engage students, and especially young men of color, in the centers and their services. They've worked on primary care and mental health access, suicide prevention, tobacco and vaping prevention, peer leadership, trauma screening, support groups, and social factors like hunger that impact both health and education. School health centers create a safe haven on school campuses where students struggling with a range of issues can receive professional support without leaving school. You've built up so much, and this is not the time to lose ground. It's to strengthen the areas outlined by Healthy Richmond: school-based health centers, school climate, trauma-informed practices, critical supports for justice and system-involved youth, and oversight to ensure racial equity. Students need adults to make these changes so they can become
Please complete your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez.
Next up is Teresa Dade Boone.
Hello, can you hear me, everyone?
Yes.
Hello, good evening. My name is Teresa Dade Boone, and I'm a community schools coordinator with BACR. I've been doing this work since 2007, and I'm calling in today in support of the Healthy Richmond Learning Community Plan, policy recommendations and platform, especially for the recommendation of school-based health centers. I feel that now more than ever, students are in need of mental health. We are closed up school to go home with the pandemic. And in the last 4 months, lots of students are home with possible potential perpetrators. They're experiencing increased domestic violence, and they're trying to cope with the anxiety and depression that they took home with them when we closed in March. And so increased access to mental health services is right now extremely, extremely important. We need to help these students build their resiliency, increase their self-esteem, and also create a positive image for themselves and build their self-worth. But most important is the relationships that we build with these students over their years of time with us. That helps them to sustain their lives. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dayboon.
Next up, Miriam Wong.
Good evening. My name is Miriam Wong. I am the Executive Director of the Latina Center. Today I'm calling in today to support Healthy Richmond LCP policy, recommendation, and platform. I believe it is important to establish a community racial oversight council that will help to eliminate structural inequality in the educational system and bring the community into these policies and decision-making process. There is recommendation in effort to develop this district-wise diversity, equity, and inclusion policy, and anti-racism, anti-bias framework to implement policy and practices. Please fund these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong.
Next is Rosa Menjivar.
Sí, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Rosa Mengíbar y también trabajo en la organización de Latina Center. Soy también apoyando las recomendaciones de Healthy Richmond, ya que en esta prueba que se tuvo de lo que es la escuela online, se tuvo algunas debilidades y queremos que ya en este nuevo proyecto de ley, ¿verdad? En este nuevo plan que se ha hecho para la escuela online, que puedan mejorar todas esas debilidades que fueron impactadas a los jóvenes, como no obtener la tutoría, sintieron un impacto muy fuerte en consejería y también para obtener sus calificaciones, que esperamos que en este nuevo ya sistema, nuevo proyecto de ley que el Senado de California con la ASB también 98 ha establecido, que en este plan ya incluyan todo eso y hagan todas esas mejorías. También esta ley del Senado del SB 98 está causando algunas preguntas en nuestra comunidad acerca de si el distrito ya tiene una fecha de apertura de las escuelas, y esa sería una pregunta para ustedes porque está, como dice en la propuesta, que comenzará en el otoño. Entonces está causando como muchas preguntas en la comunidad sobre si va a comenzar.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Erminger.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. This is in relation to the MOU. And so what we're suffering here from in West Conference.
John, this is not the topic. Can you come back when we are on the topic of the MOU?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Okay, I'll wait.
Thank you.
Our last one is Guadalupe Enyana.
Well, hello, board. My name is Guadalupe Enyana, and I'm a parent of 2 students currently in WCCUSD schools. And I am here today because I support Healthy Richmond's LCP policy recommendations, because I believe it's important to save school-based health centers by increasing funding for mental health services, so our students, especially our Black and Brown students, can be supported emotionally during these difficult times. I think this is an essential piece, especially when we're talking about the money that we've already put into certain systems, into certain things that we follow through. I think we need to follow through with these centers, because our children are really going through an emotional crisis. Our parents are struggling. And I think, we need to have emotionally sound students in order for them to be educated. Education is a big part of what our responsibility is as you guys as board members. And I think this is a bigger piece. We have to make sure that they're healthy, that they're sound, to then be able to come into the classrooms and get educated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nyane. And that concludes the comments on the recommendations from Healthy Richmond. Trustees, do we have any comments?
Yes, Kaden Cotton Blake. Just a brief comment. It was an amazing presentation. A lot of extremely key points during this time. My only question at the moment is, what is the projected impact for these recommendations?
Thank you. Thank you. Trustee Garcia Avila, comments, questions?
Yeah, I would also say it was such a great presentation. I would like to just comment on the mental health part. I think it's really key to check in with our students, because I mean it's a tough time in our world. But my question would be, how will the students get the resources available?
Very good, thank you. And Trustee Cuevas?
No comments at this time, just gratitude for the presentation. And I just want to remind folks that the work that Healthy Richmond does is something that goes beyond just this moment in time. Healthy Richmond, in my mind, has been working to really meet and uplift, or should I say lift up, what some of those needs have been in our communities for years. And when we talk about who in community understands community, there's nobody else that I look to for really having a good sense of representing really a broad-based perspective. So I'm looking forward to, at some point, seeing how we could move some of these recommendations into where they will be reflected in our practice, or minimally an update on where they're at already, what will we enhance, and what's still needed in relation to advocacy and funding support.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Trustee Panis?
So I'd just like to once again thank, just as Trustee Cuevas said, thank Healthy Richmond both for the recommendations and for the work that they do in our community. And I'm hoping that we see all three of these things: the school-based health centers, funding for mental health, positive school climate work, and the Racial Equity Community Oversight Council incorporated into our LCP.
Great. Thank you, Trustee Panis. Trustee Phillips?
I don't have any comments, but thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you. Okay. My comments, yes, thank you for those, for the presentation. And a couple of questions came up. This is an ongoing conversation, and I'm sure this will come back again, and maybe those questions will be part of that presentation as well. And let me see. Okay, well, thank you again for these recommendations. Okay, let's move on to the next. And I believe that public comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to say very quickly one phrase. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge and thank Ms. Carrillo Garza for being present to the presentation and for the work that Healthy Richmond is doing. And I am in support of establishing the Racial Equity Council. I just want to say that your work is amazing, and I'm looking forward to figuring out how we can work together to make things happen. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Lara. Sorry for the interruption.
That's okay. Okay. Believe we're going to public comment now.
We are, and they're starting to come in right now.
We actually were going to do the closing the digital divide resolution before.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Thank you for reminding me.
Yep. So we'll just pull it up. We'll have Tracy Logan introduce it and say a couple words about it, just because it's so relevant to what's happening right now.
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, all. Thank you, President Hernandez-Jarvis and board. So I'd like to introduce this item this evening, which is in relation to closing the digital divide to ensure that all students have access to high quality learning opportunities. So as we all know, that digital and technology divide is not a new phenomenon. It, however, has been exacerbated by the pandemic. We see that happening in our schools. We see this happening across America. In the very same way that our most vulnerable children are impacted by the pandemic, our students of color, low-income students, English language learners, students with disabilities, and homeless youth have increased levels of lack of access to education due to technology access. We're talking about both devices as well as, primarily in our case, the internet. So this evening, I'm not going to read through the resolution. I know we have a packed agenda and I do want to honor everyone's time, but I would like to thank the board for your continued investment in technology so that our students may have access, and to thank our partners for continuing to partner with us so that we can provide hotspots to students and families to work to close the divide, and also acknowledge that a long-term solution really requires partnership, investment in infrastructure at the local, state, and federal levels, and in terms of public and private partnerships. So with that, I'd just like to invite if our Executive Director of the West County Ed Fund is available, Ms. Jasmine Jones, to say a few words.
Sure, I am here. I'm actually going to keep my cameras off because I have poor lighting in the house right now, so I didn't want to, you have to deal with that. So I am Jasmine Jones, and I am the Executive Director at the Ed Fund. Good evening, Board Trustees and Superintendent Duffy. But I wanted to just kind of briefly acknowledge a couple things before I move on to the tech divide, or the digital divide. One, I wanted to actually acknowledge Marcus and say goodbye to him and thank him for his service to our community, and also just congratulate him on his next professional piece in his career. Also want to just acknowledge and support Healthy Richmond's recommendations, particularly around culture and climate. In our fundraising efforts, we are doing a lot around culture and climate, which is reflected even in the proposal we have circulating right now. And I hope to come before you in the near future to discuss more about some of the things we're having conversations with our philanthropic partners about. But this is what I'm here for today. I'm here to actually discuss the digital divide work and really appreciate the board bringing forth this resolution and kind of like standing up for our youth and families here in the district, and want to acknowledge that the Ed Fund really stands with the board and supports this resolution to close the digital divide. We recognize that the responsibility to provide internet access for our communities has really fallen on the districts and local school districts, when this is actually a state and local government level kind of issue, and it should be addressed there. However, we see so many districts around the country, locally and here, that are working hard to get hotspots and Chromebooks to our families. And so as school leaders continue to put pressure on state and local officials, we will continue to partner with the philanthropic community to figure out how we can fill the gaps. We currently have a proposal circulating within the community, the philanthropic community, that's really detailing the tech needs around WCCUSD and what's happening here. This includes hotspots and Chromebooks, but also just really the piece around literacy. And so I think that's something that is even bigger than the tech itself, is the literacy, the digital literacy part that is a divide and a gap there. And so like, how do we actually provide supports and professional development to families, but also just getting them the devices themselves. So our goal is to continue to partner with the school district to identify the needs and partner with the philanthropic community to bring those resources in. We hope to put out a fundraising campaign over the next several months to kind of raise the dollars that are outlined in the proposal. And so when we actually get this packet together, we hope to get a social media packet together very soon. But once we get this together, we want to be able to share this information with the board and with schools so they can share it out widely, so folks can become more aware of what's happening here. And so if you're interested in learning more details about kind of our efforts and what we're doing at the Ed Fund, you can feel free to reach out to myself or Robert Bunce, and we both can share with you kind of how we're engaging with philanthropic partners to support the community here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. And I wanted to take a moment to see if either Ms. Zalan Harrison or Stephanie Sequeda are available to just share a little bit from the parent perspective. And if not, that's okay. We can move on.
Okay. Okay. Do we have any public comment specifically on this board resolution?
We do have two hands up. Let me go to the first one. Viera Allen. Ms. Allen.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you, Ms. Tracy, for your presentation today. Certainly, we know that our Black and Brown families do not have access to the tech that our students need to be able to succeed. This is the future. This is where we are. And as a parent here in the district and scrambling, trying to make sure that my family has what it needs so that everybody can be online, this is a big concern for us. And even this week, PG&E informs me that I'm going to get charged 4 times the amount because we're all online using more electricity. So my bills are going to go up, and I know our families are going to be impacted in this way as well. That this is going to be a big problem coming down for us. So I really encourage you to do what you can to ensure that our families have all the tech that they need. We need free internet, and that's really what's true. It needs to be free for all of us. We need to partner with whoever, Google and Apple and Samsung and all these big tech companies that reside here in California and getting this tech out to our families. Apple made triple the money through the last 6 months off of us because of this shift in how we teach and how we're living our lives. And so this is a huge issue, and that we, I think, are in a unique position to really rise up and to advocate for all of our students and really all students across the state of California. This is really a statewide issue. Ms. Jasmine hit it on the nose. And we really need to advocacy now, massive letter writing, massive actions happening to bridge this divide. We really have to do this. We have no choice. It's time. Thank you. I'm complete.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Next is Kathleen Romero. Ms. Romero.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Kathleen Romero. I'm with the Teamsters Union Local 856. We represent classified staff at the district, and we support this resolution. Conversation around the digital divide is broader than just the school district. It is really a societal issue, and internet, and I agree with the previous speaker that internet should be free. And this sudden shift where we have all been forced to go online and utilize platforms that we may not be familiar with affects all of us, from students, families, and includes staff as well. We appreciate the district making technology available and training to the staff, but we believe that in the long run, we need to go on a, address this on a more broad level. It should not just be the school districts that are having to bring everyone up into the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romero.
And there's one last one, sorry. Guadalupe and
Oh, okay.
Be the last one.
All right.
Hello, board members. I also wanted to echo a lot of what the other speakers said. I think it's really important that, we start bridging the digital divide. I know as a district, you guys have been doing your part and, pulling resources together to try to get everyone connected. I think that's, that has been, really quick fix. That's not going to really support, us leading into, the future with that, because even with hotspots, there has been a lot of trouble with still children, having connection issues, especially when you have 2 and 3 children trying to connect on one device. Even one child trying to connect on one device has been challenging for a lot of families. And I echo what Yolanda said. I have internet access at my home, and I just got notice that we've exceeded 100% of our internet, and our bills are going to go up because and we're having to pay more for services. But I think really going out and advocating, like, I think that's going to be what it's going to take, really partnering up with the different cities that West Contra Costa's in, and holding some accountability there too, and saying this is a us thing, not just a we thing. And I think a lot of it has been set on the school district to kind of pour up the money that it takes to get the children connected. But I see this as we all have to do our part, and I think we really have to go out and think about what it's going to take moving into the future, and what this might mean even for education moving forward. So I think having those conversations with our city governance as well, to be able to come up with a plan that's going to work, and us having to pull out of money and do these quick fixes along the way is probably going to save us a lot of money in the long run. So I thank you guys for doing your part. I see, but I think there's still a lot of kids that need that extra support, that they're still not getting it with these quick fixes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Inyana. Because of the late hour and how much more of the agenda we have, we're going to make sure all public comment is going to have to be 1 minute. Trustees, do we have any comments on this resolution? Trustee Cotton Blake?
Yes, thank you. So thank you for this presentation and bringing up this topic specifically, as this is, I believe we can all agree that this is at the forefront of the issues we're facing right now during COVID-19 for students. And so 2 questions that have come to mind during this presentation are, first, how are you going to notify students of underserved communities and disconnected, so to speak, communities that may not be aware of technological opportunities or being able to receive devices, hotspots, things of that nature? And then the second question that I have is, well, actually, I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Duffy, did you want to address that very quickly?
Yeah, we could address it. I also wanted to share that later, a little bit later in the presentation, not that much later, we're going to talk about the opening of school, and we're definitely going to talk about technology and what we're doing to get technology in the hands of our students and communicate that and communicate internet access. So, I mean, the brief answer is we're doing everything in every way possible, from working directly with families, ways they can connect with us, working through teachers, working through principals, community organizations. But we'll share later that we still believe we have students who are not connected and haven't enrolled in school because of technology, and it's a concern for us. So we are, working every angle, and we'll get into it a little more deeply in the opening of school presentation. But it's a great point from Trustee Cotton Blake.
Thank you so much. Trustee Garcia Avila?
Thank
Any
you for
comments?
the presentation, but I don't have any comments.
Thank you. Trustee Cuevas?
No comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Panis?
No comments for me. I'm all for it.
Trustee Phillips?
No comment.
And I don't have any comments either. This is, again, another ongoing conversation all the time. I believe now we are going to the superintendent's report.
Did we want to move this resolution?
Yeah, we want to move.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Of course, we need a motion.
I'd like to move resolution 2021, closing the digital divide to ensure that all students have access to high quality learning opportunities.
Thank you. Motion by Trustee Panis.
I'm happy to second that, Madam Chair.
second by Trustee Cuevas. Can we have a vote?
Cotton Blake, yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Hannah, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, yes. Passes unanimously with President Hernandez Jarvis absent from the dais. Okay, now we go. Thank you all for helping me out here. Superintendent's report?
Not yet. We still have
Not yet.
comment as our next item.
Oh, public comment. I'm
We
sorry.
still have public comment, but the official public comment is coming up.
Right now. Okay. And how many? Oh, well, everyone's going to have 1 minute for the public comment. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so moving into B10 public comment. We're going to start with Joanna Pace.
Good evening. This is Joanna Pace. I'm a member of Public Core. In the interest of increasing transparency, I would again like to ask that the Zoom screen display the number of meeting participants. I currently on my Zoom screen, I cannot see the number of meeting participants. If the staff and board can see the number of meeting participants, could you please educate the rest of us on how we can see that displayed on our screen? And secondly, also in the name of transparency, when I tried to get the translation or the interpretation of the Spanish speakers, I could not successfully access the Spanish interpretation for people who are English only. So thank you for helping those of us who are not digital natives know how to get this information so we can more fully participate in the meeting. Thank you.
Before we go there, I know we don't comment on public comment, so we'll share those directions for you later, Ms. Pace, but just 176 attendees and 20 panelists right now. 176 attendees, 20 panelists.
Thank you.
Next
Okay.
speaker, Gabrielle Micheletti.
Good evening, board. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, board. I'm Gabby Micheletti, first grade teacher at Verde Elementary. I'm sure you are aware that few things are as toxic in a brain as stress and anxiety. The effects of the associated hormones are damaging to any brain, but even more so to the developing brains of our students. You have the opportunity tonight to mitigate some of the uncertainty that leads to anxiety and stress for students, their families, teachers, and staff. It is important that you pass the safety MOU tonight so that students, families, and teachers can know the precise conditions under which schools will reopen, and knowing that they will not reopen until it is truly safe to do so. I can tell you that while there is still much to be improved but as a teacher and what I'm hearing from my students and their families, that distance learning is going infinitely better than crisis learning. In my daily check-ins with students, I'm no longer hearing tired and sad. Rather, I hear adjectives like excited, proud, and happy. Please commit tonight to making sure we do not come back until it is safe for all. Do not rush us back into uncertainty and danger. Give students, their families, and teachers that peace of mind.
Thank you, Ms. Micheletti.
Next up, Joseph Glatzer.
Hello, everybody. My name is Joseph Glatzer. It's my 5th year with the district, and I teach 7th grade world history at Hercules Middle. I greatly miss working with my students in person, but it's not worth risking our lives over. Please ratify the safety MOU tonight. Not doing so means waivers could be issued to reopen special ed and elementary in person, which puts our most vulnerable at risk. Let's let science determine our decisions, not political pressure. Students, educators, and families shouldn't have to risk our lives due to government failure to defeat this virus and to support the people economically. Our lives and health are precious. We've already had a huge amount of consultation with all stakeholders. We are all working so incredibly hard to make distance learning work. If we reopen in person prematurely, we'll inevitably have to end up closing within a few weeks due to an outbreak. If you don't approve this MOU tonight and end up getting waivers for special ed and elementary, educators will have to quit or retire to save their lives and the lives of their families. Ratify the safety MOU tonight. Thank you.
I do want to
Thank you very
remind some of our speakers, we do have the MOU coming up later if they want to wait and hold their comments for them. Next up, Acero Wilson.
Good evening, trustees and WCCUSD community. My name is Seda Wilson, and I teach African American literature and creative writing at Richmond High School. I am proud to formally introduce the Black Educators Network, known as BEN, to the 2021 school year. As the president, I would like to share our vision to support Black educators in WCCUSD by providing a space and opportunity to network, communicate, support each other, and share best practices to assist in increasing the academic and social success of Black students. We will also engage in discourse surrounding race, racism in education, and how to support each other in this work. I am looking forward to collaborating with my fellow Black educators this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Next up, Francisco Ortiz.
Good evening, board members and community. My name is Francisco Ortiz, and I teach at Ford Elementary, and this is my 6th year teaching at Ford. I'm here to ask you to support the health and safety of our educators, families, and students by voting yes on the health and safety MOU without any delay. This MOU was written in collaboration with public health experts, administrators, parents, support staff, nurses, and educators. It uses science-based standards from some of the most well-respected public health experts in the country, and it's taken directly from the Harvard Global Health Initiative. At the same time last year, our board decided to terminate mindfulness services, citing a lack of standards. Now that we have the strongest standards from the premier institution of higher learning that centers health and safety for our most impacted students and families who are essential workers, it's unconscionable for me to imagine why anyone would vote no on the health and safety MOU for our students, families, and our educators to support them. Please vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz.
Araceli Garcia.
Good evening, everyone and board. I am a parent and also residing in Pinole. I'm here to ask the district for support, funding, or oversight, whatever is necessary for Elizabeth Stewart Elementary School, K through 8th in Pinole. Over the past few years, there's been a pattern of lack of new teacher hires or stable teacher hires for the school. And this year, the 5th and 6th grade is experiencing some challenges as students are onboarding for the 5th and 6th grade combo this year. I'm asking for the district for additional support, again, funding or oversight, so that children in the 5th and 6th grade, as well as the rest of Stewart students, are getting the education they deserve at the beginning of the school year. I hope the request is clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Thank you.
Vera Allen.
Thank you so much, trustees. I'm rising today to speak about the $30 million that our district recently received from the government for COVID relief. I'm concerned because I know that this money is to go to our families as well as to our students to offset the cost, the burden of cost that this disease and pandemic has caused. I am asking that you please not use this money to offset the budget losses as a result of poor management and bad choices. Please use this money to buy the necessary PPE that we have to have and that our school communities need. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Diana Trujillo.
Hello. My name is Mateo Cardona. Okay. So this is for Mr. Matthew Duffy and the school board. I'm in the 5th grade for Stewart Elementary School. The DLI program. Okay. Dear Mr. Duffy, your lack of commitment to the DLI program is destroying the program. We lost 2 very good teachers and 4 friends to this. Our teacher, Ms. Rodriguez, was fired by the principal, and she was a very good teacher. My friends William Griffith, Javier Contreras, and Gianni and Marisol Maraglia left the school due to the lack of actually learning. DLI program is falling, and all of these parents are fighting for the kids to learn in their language. My point is we need a new teacher for the 5th/6th grade DLI class. The school year has already started, and we have no teacher. We should not be waiting around like garbage to get a teacher, unless that's your plan. Please give us a teacher. Me and the rest of my class are wasting our brain cells waiting around on a computer. We need a teacher now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Colleen Ballantyne.
Hello. I heard that you guys said we can wait till later, but I can't because I teach and need sleep due to the stress of not having the assurances of your signature on the MOU. My name is Colleen Ballantyne. I teach a mild to moderate self-contained kindergarten 1st, 2nd grade class. I sit on the UTR Exec Board as Special Services Director, and I am a member of the UTR's bargaining team. The Health and Safety MOU assures the health and safety of students, educators, staff, and community. Anything less than signing the MOU tells myself, students, educators, staff, and community that our health and safety are not a significant concern. A no vote tells us the board's talk of health and safety is just talk, and talk is worthless when presented with an opportunity to follow through. Do not rush safety. Keep myself, my students, the community, and all of us safe. Give us your signature. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Petronila Fernandez. Petronila Fernandez. Okay, we're gonna move on to Sarah Shokrai.
Oh, unmute. Hi.
Hello, you can go.
Okay. Hi, trustees. This is Sarah Shokrai. I am a teacher at Pinole Valley High School, and I would just like to say that I hope with all my heart that you vote yes on the health and safety MOU tonight. This MOU is using science-based standards from some of the most respected public health experts in the country, and it's taken directly from the Harvard Global Health Initiative. Safety first, please vote yes. Families are depending on you for leadership. Please vote like your children live here, like you live with your senior parents here, like you stand to protect every human life here. This MOU will allow us to focus our energy on improving distance learning and helping our families. So please vote yes. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Yanan Burrell.
Good evening, board members. Safety, this is regarding the MOU. Yes, safety first. And the groups most impacted by any structure of our schools reopening include parents and students. This MOU shows no participation or even acknowledgement of conversations with representation from these groups, particularly ASSET and those representing our students with disabilities. This MOU is one licensed medical professional or public health institution either mentioned or on the signatory page. The MOU loosely makes reference to a Harvard report without any citation to an actual report. Under 4C, it mentions how notifications will be done, but it does not state the HIPAA citation law. Under 4D, it loosely says coordinate testing where possible, a non-committal use of language. Under 5A, it says district-based contact tracers, again, without definition. Who are these people? Overall, a very loosely written MOU that leaves many doors open. And again, the most impacted groups are not mentioned. That's parents and students. Yes, safety first, but please look at the contract closely.
Thank you for your comments.
Jean Kinchner? Jean?
There it is. Hello. I am a teacher at Verde Elementary. I teach kindergarten. I would encourage you to vote yes for the MOU. One of the important things to me is that we monitor the surrounding counties, because our families and parents go in and out of our county to other counties. And if we don't keep in mind the surrounding counties and their COVID numbers, we're bringing it back into our community, into our schools, and to my school, which is highly susceptible to COVID.
Thank you. And Ada Narvez. Narvez? Ada Narvez? Okay, moving on. John Erminger?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so what we're suffering here from in West Contra Costa are the negative effects of the badly misplayed national COVID policy. What we see time and again when schools reopen, when there's COVID in the community, is they shut down very shortly. Recognizing this, the district and the UTR put in very short order put together the MOU. All kinds of time pressure. It's not going to be a perfect document. But teachers have already invested time and effort to follow this tentative plan. It was a needed plan because without it, teachers would all have their own individual plans, which is where we'll be if the MOU isn't ratified. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes comments.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Next, we need to go approve our consent items. The consent items that have been pulled are C2, C5, and C8. So we need to approve the remaining items.
Madam Chair, I move approval of the remaining items.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Moved by Trustee Cuevas, seconded by Trustee Panis. Can we have a vote, please?
Cotton Blake, yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Laura, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis.
Ah, there you are. Okay. Thank you. Passes unanimously. And now we are on committee communications. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. Superintendent's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'll try to keep my report brief because I know we're late on time and we have another report about sort of the opening of school. So it's been a packed, we can go to the next slide. It's been an absolutely packed first 8 days of school, and want to congratulate everybody, our teachers, staff, principals, everybody who has been able to work so hard to create an amazing opening for our students. I'm really, really, really proud of all the work that's been done. And then just as we got through the week, then we were, hit with the smoke. So it's a continued exercise in resilience and patience, and making pivots and turns. And I just couldn't be more proud of the team across the district. We've held our back to school meetings this week. High schools are tomorrow, to try to get our parents as much information as we possibly could with their teachers. And one of the biggest pieces of work that we're doing is getting all of our students enrolled in schools. We are low in grades TKK, 7, and 9. And we're digging into those numbers, reaching out to our families. We know a lot of TK and K families, because it's not a mandated grade, may be choosing to keep kids at home this year. Have to make sure student Cotton mentioned that connect sources to do that. I've also been talking with a couple of other neighboring San Jose, some of the larger ones like San Jose and Oakland are also experiencing the same phenomenon right now. We continue to be operating in logistics. It's like we can't get information out fast enough. How do we do this? How do we do that? And so, we continue to ask everybody's patience and understanding. Every day seems to be a new question that we have to answer. And I'm really thankful to our team that's trying to work to get so many questions answered as much as possible. Just some notes, we had some media cover our first day, and my report is posted. So there are links to those on Univision, KTVU, and we were on the front part of a story about national digital divide on CNET with CNET. So we're trying to share our story also widely for the community, but policymakers as well. So let's go to our next slide. Just really briefly, next board meeting, September 9th. Really want to encourage everybody who's watching and everybody to talk to their neighbors and just make sure you filled out a lunch application. This summer we were able to do what's called seamless summer, where really anyone under the age of 18, and then I think that got even more flex, but could pick up a lunch or a lunch dinner. And now we don't have that flexibility. So you have to have an ID to get that meal. So you have to have your lunch form. And of course, that's a huge source of revenue for us. And the federal government has not flexed on that. So we really do need everyone to fill out those forms. And we actually think we should be higher than normal because of the tremendous kind of economic strain that families are facing. Wanted to just let the community know we'll continue with our Friday communications. So that's our expectation of ourselves, that we put out something to the community consistently on Fridays. So please expect that with as much clarity as possible. Trying to get out our parent guide, which a lot of folks have worked on, including many of our parents, out this Friday. And just a note, and this will probably come up a little bit in phase 2, but we had originally talked about a hub idea for our students at some of our schools if and when we open them. But since we're not able to do that right now, I am working with a set of community providers that are interested in opening their spaces for very small groups of students, and really seeing what they need and if we can support them with any internet or any facilities, ventilation help. Organizations like Bright Futures, Richmond Police Athletic League, the YMCA, Rise Center, folks who have physical spaces that may want to host some students and help them get on their Zoom calls in any way. So I'm working with the county on that, Martine Blake, community engagement, and others to see if we can provide some support and service for our families who really need that. And again, we'll talk more in our opening of school report, go much more in depth, but that's my superintendent's report. And I will be back on a little bit later. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. And
raised. I'm not sure if we do have one hand raised.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Jocelyn Rohan. Jocelyn, are you there? Okay, sorry about that. Never mind.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And next is our student board member report.
So this is, like I said earlier in the meeting, a first for us, trying to get to hear our student board members before it gets too late. So I want to invite, let's just randomly start with Caden, Trustee Cotton Blake. If you'd want to share a few words about sort of what's going on with you and your fellow students over these last 8 days of school, and then we'll go to Stephanie.
All right, thank you, Superintendent Duffy. Amazing opportunity, by the way. So good evening, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Caden Cotton Blake, and I'm a senior at Middle College High School. For those of you who may not know what Middle College is, it's a dual enrollment high school that's located at Contra Costa College. We take our high school and college classes simultaneously, so we are on a bit of a different schedule than the rest of the district. So we've been in school for, this is our 4th week now that we've been working with distance learning, and we've been doing pretty well so far. Since our last meeting, my college and high school classes have officially resumed, and my classmates and I are glad to be back. It has been a challenge to get acclimated to the online learning, but with the support of our principal, Ms. Prack, our counselor, Ms. Martinez, and the staff at Middle College and Contra Costa College, we're off to a great start. Also, one thing that's been really outstanding is our ability to utilize the Zoom platform in such a short period of time. We started out originally with teachers fumbling in a sense, trying to figure out their way around, but with the help of not only the staff, but also some of the students like myself, we were able to get on track very quickly, and now we run just as smoothly as we did in school, which is really fascinating to see, seeing that this is the first time we're doing this. And so far we're doing great. We've started our college classes. Now, one issue that I may put up is that, and this only really affects Middle College as we have our college classes, some of the classes have embedded software that they use, let's say for keyboarding class, for example. They have a software that you can only use at the school that's embedded into the computers, as well as the books that go with that software. So there are some classes that were originally in our curriculum that had to be shifted and had to be changed because the college couldn't adapt quick enough necessarily, which hasn't posed a large problem, but it's just something that's been a bit off compared to our regular years. But so far, we're off to a good start. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's great. Trustee Garcia Avila.
For me, I was a bit worried about the schedule going into like the school year because it was so different from like Richmond High's. We went from 7 to now like having 4x4. So it was like a different change, but honestly, like, I think it's a great schedule. Just having that time to just quote unquote chill, you know, after classes is nice. I usually get a break that's more than an hour. So it's nice to just like take some time and do asynchronous work and also synchronous. And I don't think I've had a problem with anything so far. Everything's been great. The shift has been a lot more smooth than when we first came into it. So yeah.
Great. Thank you very much, Trustee Garcia Avila.
Great.
All right. Next is our standing reports.
Yes, and we do have a few reports. First one will be Marissa Glidden with UTR. Let me, Marissa, are you there?
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you all so much for having me. For those of you who don't know me, I am Marissa Glidden, president of UTR. First, I'd like to take a minute to recognize our educators. Educators have faced a challenging first few weeks of school. Not only are they learning a new way of educating students online, but they also faced power outages, wildfires, air quality concerns, and a global pandemic. I have been so impressed with the dedication and work that our educators have been putting into distance learning. I also want to thank parents for their support. In particular, I want to thank the Parent Leadership Council for their partnership and feedback. I am hopeful that this distance learning experience will help educators and parents form an even stronger connection. I want to give an extra shout out to our educators who are also parents. They're not only balancing the needs of their students, but also of their own children. And most importantly, I want to appreciate students. It breaks my heart that we aren't at a safe enough point to serve our students in the classroom. Students are missing out on a traditional school experience because of the mismanagement and mistakes of our government. Our educators want nothing more than to be in the classroom. Planning for distance learning is challenging, and educators became teachers and support providers so they could work directly with students, not through a screen. But the safety and health of our students and community must be our #1 priority. Our educators, parents, and students are putting in the work with distance learning in order to keep our entire community safe and healthy. The virus has not gone away in our community, and there's growing evidence that children can get and spread the virus. In Contra Costa County, 1,868 children under age 17 have tested positive, and this has been while schools have been closed. There seems to be a lot of misinformation about our MOU, so I would like to make a few things very clear. Over the last several months, UTR has worked in partnership with public health experts, nurses, parents, including the Parent Leadership Council, the other unions in the district, and district staff to write an MOU based on the scientific guidelines provided by the Harvard Global Health Initiative, which has been noted in the New York Times, the Washington Post, and several scientific publications. We also incorporated student survey data that was presented by student leaders this summer. These guidelines are written by some of the most well-respected public health experts and scientists from top universities. It was written independent of political influence. Every part of our MOU has been checked and verified by public health experts, including infectious disease experts at UCSF who are currently studying COVID-19. We have included extensive feedback from members of our community when creating this MOU. It was an extremely collaborative process. I'd like to emphasize a few important parts of the MOU. Unlike county guidelines, the guidelines in this MOU emphasize equity by using zip code data rather than county averages to make decisions. For example, right now, the county average over the last 14 days in our county has been 260 cases. But in San Pablo, there have been 906 cases over the same time period. We cannot physically reopen schools until it is safe for all zip codes, and our MOU emphasizes that. Unlike county guidelines, our MOU emphasizes increased testing and contact tracing. Right now, there are not enough testing sites in hard-hit communities like Richmond and San Pablo, and it can take up to 15 days to get testing results. This is simply unacceptable. And in order to safely reopen schools, we need to meet testing and contact tracing standards like the ones that are included in our MOU. We also hope that this MOU will encourage our county health officials to increase testing, contact tracing, and free access to healthcare in our communities. We want to go back to physical schools, but it should not be our burden alone to bear. If the federal, state, and county governments want to bring students and educators back to campus, they must invest their time and resources into making it safe by suppressing community spread. Unfortunately, many of our educators wanted to speak up tonight, but they're not able to stay up late speaking at board meetings as they have their hands full with lesson planning. I hope that you received the many emails that our members wrote. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of them, the nearly 1,100 educators who have signed a Safe School Pledge and are willing to support their colleagues in a safety walkout if health conditions aren't met, because UTR members believe that an injury to one is an injury to all. Educators are grateful that this board has emphasized the need to protect students and staff. Some board members have even stated that they wouldn't feel comfortable sending their own children to school. However, our educators need more than just your word. The best way to show educators that you value their health and safety is by voting to support our MOU that used a collaborative process, and vote on it tonight without delay. This will provide peace of mind to all educators and allow them to focus their time and attention on planning and providing excellent distance learning to our students. Voting yes tonight will show UTR members that you support union agreements made at the bargaining table, especially because we made an intentional effort to make it a collaborative process. And most importantly, voting yes tonight will show our community that you value their health and safety above all else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Glidden. Okay, next standing report.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Our next report is Don Gosney with the CVOC.
Good evening. A couple of days ago, I emailed a detailed letter to the Board of Education and relevant staff members with regards to the proposed request for qualifications and proposals for a new performance auditor for the nearly $700 million left in the district's bond program. I'm optimistic that the board received this letter and read it before tonight. Because I don't have all the email addresses for the 253,000 residents of West County, I was unable to email them a copy of this critical letter. And in the off chance that some of you on the board may have elected to read it at a later time, please let me touch on the high points of the letter and the issues that brought us to this point. In the months leading up to the March 3rd election, where the voters cast their ballots to tax themselves through Measure R for an additional $575 million, senior district staff repeatedly told the voters that any previous distrust they had in the board and the district to properly spend their tax dollars was unjustified because the district had such a great bond oversight committee and exhaustive and thorough audits. Shortly after Measure R was passed, though, and the board had an opportunity to work with the CBOC on updating the board policy covering the CBOC, what we heard and saw was some serious pushback, including suggestions that the CBOC be eliminated, even though this is in violation of what the people of California voted on when they approved Proposition 39. After nearly 2.5 years of negotiations and working with board members and staff to finalize these updates, the pushback was severe enough, at least for the time being, to simply let the matter drop. At the facilities meeting of July 23rd, staff proposed an RFQP requesting a new performance auditor. While it's always good to put out such a request to keep everyone honest and keep the costs competitive, this proposal reduced the audit scope down to only what is required by the state. For lack of a better way to describe this scope, this is pretty much bare bones. In my comments to the Facilities Committee, I suggested that the district go to walmart.com to order a generic performance audit where they simply inserted the name of the district and a few numbers and call it good. I apologize, but I couldn't think of anything cheaper or less comprehensive to compare this to. If this proposal was used for educating our kids, we would be limited to the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, and little more. No arts, no social sciences, no ethnic studies, nothing, because the state really doesn't require much more than that, do they? Of course, I'm being facetious, but maybe the board and the public gets the point. Year after year, this community has demanded transparency when it comes to the bond program. Do I have to remind anyone about the grand jury investigation and report, the wildly expensive forensic investigative audit, and the numerous newspaper editorials and all excoriating this district, staff, and elected board members about what they believe to be the mismanagement of bond funds? If the public knew about this bare bones proposal, what do you suppose their reaction might be? Paraphrasing CBOC member Anton Younghair, the CBOC believes that this community would demand an audit of the effectiveness and results of the expenditures of the $575 million of Measure R dollars and the remaining funds of the bond fund. The last compliance audit the district had was in fiscal 16, and that audit was only 8 pages and made no recommendations. The performance audit for last year had 29 effectiveness and results recommendations, of which the district did not respond as required by the education code. So we don't know if any of those have even been implemented. If that same facilities committee staff reported that, and I quote, adding additional scope usually translate to more staff time spent pulling documents for the audit. Completing only the statutorily required performance audit allows staff to redirect their efforts on implementing the recommendations and objectives from prior year audits. In addition, adding more scope would cost the district additional dollars, end quote. We have no reason to think that the district staff would try to pull the wool over the community's eyes as they spend our tax dollars. So if the real reason for the bare bones approach of the performance audit is manpower and staff, we may have a solution to for your consideration. At the August 10th CBOC meeting, we unanimously passed a motion stating that the district charge the cost of Prop 39 school bond financial audits and compliance and effectiveness and results performance audits to the building fund, Fund 21, to reduce the burden to the general fund. To make sure we were on solid ground with this proposal, we pulled up an opinion from the California Attorney General, an opinion from the district's own bond counsel, an opinion by FICMAT, and then an opinion by the CBOC's independent legal counsel, all validating that our proposal is legitimate and on solid legal footing. And all this was attached to the letter that I sent you. At tomorrow afternoon's Facilities Committee, there will be a report on our presentation on this matter. We have no idea what will be included in this report since there's nothing other than the synopsis to the agenda packet. Oh, in other matters, the CBOC is looking forward to the ribbon cutting of the Michelle Obama School. We hope that the district will show us the respect of inviting us to that event. We're still working diligently to update the CBOC website. We appreciate the efforts that has been made in the coming month or so. We expect to go over item by item to ensure that everything is current. As another reminder, our next meeting will be hosted at 2 p.m. on Monday afternoon, September 14th. All are welcome. As is it. You can go to the district's website and pull down the link. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gosney.
Our next report is from Jose De Leon. Mr. De Leon?
Yes. Board members, Mr. Duffy, first of all, thank you for this first 8 days of school. We have seen a lot of success as far as organizing from our principals to make sure that students are coming back to campus. Also, I'd like to thank the principals that worked tirelessly throughout the whole summer to make sure that the programs are up and running for students when they got on campus. Also, all the planning they've been doing for material distribution, for organizing their site, and making sure that the staff that is on site is safe, and continue to improve safety as we get closer to any type of reopening. Also, we'd like to make sure that we continue open conversations as we move forward in this year. Things are changing quickly. We want to make sure that everyone's voice is being heard. A lot of our principals have been doing a lot of work with their communities, and we're finding that part of the technology gap is not only for students, but it's also for our parents. They have been working very diligently to make sure our parents are becoming familiar with the technology that is being used by their students, and also navigating the forms and the new digital forms that have to be done. So we want to make sure that as more information comes out, we're able to report to the directors and the different departments in the district for support. Additionally, we are working hard to support the sites that still have some staffing issues. We need to make sure that as principals are doing their interviews to get people into the sites, that we can coordinate the quick process of teachers. Our students are always in the forefront of this conversation. So I'd like to appreciate the thoughtfulness of the principals and assistant principals as they make decisions that keep the students at the center. As much as we want to continue working to protect the adults on campus, we also make sure that our students are safe. Also, I'd like to thank the organization on site as they're distributing materials and they're keeping families safe as they're coming up to the schools to pick up the utensils that they need in order to continue distance learning. Technology is always on the back of our mind. Technology is the part that is the most essential during this time. And we'd like to thank Tracy Logan for helping our staff, our teachers update their computers so they can work well from home. Also, we'd like to thank the teachers that are making the campus safe for those teachers that are choosing to teach from the campus. Overall, communication is what we want to express to the board. As we keep more communication open, we'll be able to move forward through these times. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon. We do have one more report. That is Shakira Reynolds. Ms. Reynolds, are you there?
Yes, I actually wasn't giving a report. I was going to comment on the report. So if you guys want to close, I had a public comment.
Okay.
Asset has their report.
Okay, so Zalan can do the asset report and then I'll do public comment, if that's okay, Ruben.
Yes, no problem. I'm going to put you back in the queue. And Zalan, are you,
Okay.
you here?
Thank you so much, and thank you, board. Good evening, good evening. My name is Alana Harrison. I'm the asset chair, and I heard a lot this evening about people. Oh, Ruben, I'm sorry. Yolanda's going to be needed to be unmuted. Yolanda Vera Allen, because she's going to actually read the report. I'm just introductioning right now.
Yolanda, you're available to speak now.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I just wanted to let you guys know that I heard a lot about people wanting to support Black students with closing the achievement gap in the district, how you guys are working. One thing that you guys will hear more about in our report, mention us. Say that this is what we're going to do for Black students. Say it. Don't just let it be, oh, this is a category and you guys fall in there. Call it out. And also, if you guys received our report, we referenced to Scotty Smith's letter. However, her name should not have been on the end of our report. It was an accident, so please forgive us. And with no further ado, Yolanda Allen, our secretary, is gonna follow up with our report. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Duffy, and the West Contra Costa school community. We hope you and your families are safe and well tonight. The smoky skies that we've been experiencing and so many of our neighbors ablaze is really reflective of the crisis in our district and the anticipated tragedies that are upon us all. We have been yelling fire for several years, and it's starting to feel like you, our educators, our firefighters, are just sitting back and letting us burn. Our children's needs are not being addressed. Where is the water to quench their thirst for knowledge and put these fires out? We started in January, asking to be seen. We came back in February to report no change. In March, we yelled fire again to no avail. We warned then our children would struggle with distance learning. We asked for intervention support. We asked for engaging materials and provided you with plans and a budget for it, and we got nothing. We came back in April and May asking for summer intervention. We watched while firefighters poured fresh cold water on homes that weren't even on fire. Now they're blooming and our children can't breathe, lungs filled with smoke and ash. Midway through our second week of school, and we are still waiting. Our scholars are not receiving the support needed. In the recommendations and allocations for our lowest performing students, we are still invisible. We engaged with the processes available to us. We went to the relaunch meetings. We gave our best thinking to our teams. We have been meeting with Mr. Duffy, yet it is feeling like a big waste of our time. We have been very clear that we need embedded programs and services to address the academic situation of African American children. This has gone unheeded. Of course, we have been told, we hear you. Equity is at the front of what we do. But when it comes to clear provision of resources, we are nowhere to be seen. We don't see ourselves in your plans. Meanwhile, our superintendent has no compunction in coming to you to ask for $350,000 for his pet projects. But when we protest, reminding him that we are his roadmap priorities, we're getting platitudes and empty promises. We have asked Mr. Duffy for the full allocation of ASAT's budget. We continue to get the same old story of not enough, no money for us. We can give you a little bit, but we just don't know how we're going to make ends meet. Trustees, our recommendation is that it is time to begin the search for someone who knows how to do this. The learning continuity plan as written has many ambiguities and fails to specifically call out the minutes of live teacher instruction. It is lacking in specificity on live versus video, and it does not clearly delineate how and who will lead the breakout sessions for interventions. These interventions are so important for our students. They need that one-on-one. They need your focus. They need to be the priorities right now, tomorrow. Please. I'm complete.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
So we do have 2 hands raised for public comment on standing reports.
Okay.
So let me, Ms. Reynolds, go ahead.
Good evening again, board. I am speaking now in support of the health and safety MOU brought forth by UTR and the Teamsters. I do want to say that there was by parents. We discussed this intensely in our meetings. And I just want to raise how important it is that we do things that are equitable. This has to be everybody's problem until it is no one's problem. If we do waivers and things like that, we will find parts of our community that have less people of color and less essential workers able to reopen their schools sooner than our flatland schools. And I just don't want to put, I have special needs students. I don't want to put my children and other students or parents and families and teachers in danger. So I would really ask that you support the MOU right now so that parents and families and teachers can plan for the future. And as always, I would also like to support ASAT in the lifting of making sure that the needs of African American students are front and center in the LCP. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds.
And last one, Sarah Shukrai.
Hi, I think I may have gone a little early before, so I'm back again just to make sure that my voice is heard. I'm a parent and a teacher for WCCUSD. I love this place. I love our families. I just want us to be safe, and I am here to support the MOU and to ask you to please vote yes on the MOU in order to support the safety of our communities. Please, I know that many of you are parents here and many of you are also raising your families here, so please vote, vote for the safety of your families. Vote for all of our families because we depend on you. And please vote like your children live here, like your senior parents live here with you, like you stand to protect every human life, immunocompromised, everything within our district. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
That concludes that.
Okay. And now in memory, Mr. Duffy.
Yes. We do have an in-memory agenda item this evening. The district would like to take time to recognize the contributions of members of our school community who have passed away. The district requests the community to submit names to be reported as a regular part of each agenda. Mr. Arnaldo Alval recently passed away. He was an elementary teacher at Verde Elementary and worked for the district from 1999 until his retirement in 2015. Our thoughts go out to the family and friends in their loss of their loved one. You can take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we move to our discussion items, an update on cash flow projections.
And I will remind us that we did in agenda planning try hard to put time limits on our items, but we can't always predict how many folks are coming, and some very productive public comment this evening. But we had initially slated 10 minutes for this item. E1.
Good evening, trustees. I'm going to try to go very quick. If we can bring up the actual cash flow handout really quickly, I'm going to do just a very fast summary. Previously, we brought cash flow to the board, and we talked about the fact that the district will have an issue in the second half of next year, of this fiscal year, because of the state not providing apportionment for the months of February through June of 2021. That means that the district would not be receiving its full cash and still need to be making all of our payments. We've subsequently met with the county treasurer, and we've been able to confirm that as a Teeter County, the Contra Costa County Treasurer's Office shall consider the district to have received every dollar of our property tax for July. So if you'll scroll down just a little bit on this 2020 cash flow document, there you will see that we receive approximately where it says other current assets there, the $110 million there. And so this is last year's. If you can go to the next page on this document, there should be the current year's, which is fiscal 2021. If you'll scroll down, you'll see the $97 million that we receive in cash. We're allowed to count that in our bottom line as far as the county is concerned without taking any loan, and that will count towards our cash flow. So if you take a look at the ending cash, you can see that all the way through until you get to February, where we're $3 million negative, we do have positive cash flow. In the month of February, we would be able to utilize interfund borrowing because we have funds well over 10 to 12 million that we could use to maintain cash flow without having to do any loans. The challenge becomes in the months of May and June. There, as you can see, it shows negative 15 and then the large negative of 62 million. The county will allow us to borrow at the current rate of interest plus 10 basis points. So today that would be just over 1.01%. Directly from the county. We'll just have to pass a resolution in March or April as we monitor the cash. We send it to them every month. They're reconciling as well as we are. And with that borrowing, the district will be able to 100% meet our cash obligations this year, even with the state not providing us our funding. So that is the simple punchline. The county, Contra Costa County, is stepping up and working with this district to make sure that we can pay our bills and pay our employees, even if the state delays the funds. With that, I'll open it to any questions.
Trustees, do we have any questions or comments? Trustee Cotton Blake?
I have no questions or comments at this time.
Trustee Garcia Avila?
I don't have any questions or comments at this time.
Trustee Cuevas?
I don't have any questions, and I have plenty of choice words for the state and the federal government, but I'm going to keep those to myself.
Trustee Panis?
Thank you, Clerk Laura. I have a couple of questions here. So, Dr. Wold, the board was supposed to receive a plan for interfund borrowing for each month. When I look at the spreadsheet, I don't see anything in the interfund transfers line. Does that mean we're doing no interfund borrowing this year?
The first time we may have to do interfund borrowing is in the month of February, where we have that negative 3 million. However, we have not incorporated all of the CARES Act funds that'll be coming through, as well as carryover cash that once we do our budget revision, will adjust the cash flow. So we may not even need to do that. So as of today, we have had no need to bring to the board that resolution. But as we promised, should we need to, we will prior to it being necessary.
Okay, thank you. You know, we haven't really seen much detail on the CARES and the ESSER funds. And I don't think you have it in front of you today, but perhaps in the Friday memo, I'd love to see information individually for CARES and ESSER about what's the total amount we expect to receive for each of them from January 1st of this year going through June 30th of next year. And when we, you know, I assume that's not all coming at once, it's coming in pieces. When we're going to get that, I think that'd be very helpful for us to understand this. Because, for example, when I look at our budget numbers in the last column of the spreadsheet, I see that our federal revenue is up $20 million from last year. In fact, it looks like we're actually showing a surplus rather than a deficit for the entire year, the way the budget sits right now.
So that is correct. On the 9th of September, we'll be bringing forward the unaudited actuals. We have not closed the books. Due to COVID, there's been quite a few changes that have delayed our closing. And so we're scrambling to get it done for the 9th. But indeed, we will have approximately $30 million over the 2 years that will come through our accounts, plus the adjustments from the budget adoption. There is going to be some significant carryovers that will change not only our cash, but our budget situation. And we will present how the CARES Act funds were used between March and June. It's going to be very odd because we received none of those funds until about a month ago. We're starting to get them, but we're going to have what's called negative carryover. Never done that before, but it's a new SACS thing we're going to have to do, where we actually charge things, and I'll explain all that on the 9th to the board. We don't have the final numbers yet because we've been unable to close the books due to delays with SACS coding and other pieces that are out of our control.
I understand. I think it'd be great if we could get that information about the total amount of the CARES and the ESSER money that we're expecting for those 18 months.
Yes.
And like when we expect to be receiving it, so we have clarity on that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Madam Chair, just a point of clarification to Mr. Panis's question. Dr. Wold, I believe that all of the CARES Act allotments are publicly available on the CDE website. Is that correct?
They are, and it's approximately 30 million in the 7 different pieces.
Okay, so anybody who wants to know specific dollars can go to the CDE website and type our school district in, and you'll see how much.
Yeah, and we will outline it all on the 9th very clearly in that presentation.
Right, thank you. Okay, Trustee Phillips.
I do not have any comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any comments either. President Hernandez Jarvis.
I do not have any comments either. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wolf.
Yes, thank you for the report. And now we are on the back to school report.
That's correct.
Okay.
So this is going to be a joint report from different members of staff outlining different areas of the work that folks are responsible for. So we wanted to give an update to the board about how things have been going, what's in place, and share as much as we can. So as I mentioned in my superintendent's report, today is day 8 of school, and we can go to our first slide. And again, thanks to everybody working together. See all the logos and names of the teams. So really, really, really appreciate it. We can go to our next slide. So, you know, we see the classic picture of the building the plane while we're flying it. And I do think we did a lot of work this summer to be prepared and build this plane, but we continue to learn. And new things come, such as attendance and engagement. We now have new words from the state, like official engagement, and things that we have to learn how to do on the fly. So we're continuing to try to be as patient as possible and work through these new challenges. Okay, just moving my screen. So we've said this from throughout the summer, we were not going to open school as we knew it, and that things are different. When we did start with the long-term safety of our students and staff, and that's really what brought us fully into distance learning, and we've really worked in collaboration. I really believe the model that we put forward, the program that we put forward really did reflect what we heard from folks through the spring and the summer. So this has been a really big success for us, the negotiations with our labor partners. You know, we have 5 different unions in this district. And you know, it's been an incredible success for us. I hear from some of my colleagues around the Bay and around the state just how difficult it has been to craft MOUs, to get agreements, to get everybody on the same page. And I really credit the work of our whole team to get there and get us in a place where we could open school. With that, I'm going to turn this slide and a few of the next slides over to Dr. Wold.
So the key piece in the middle of this in bold is actually language that ended up in the state's language as it pertained to engagement, which is the care and direction of the teacher. That is the official definition that came out of the state's guidance as we play out for how we are to address teaching in distance learning. We put this together and entered into this MOU before the state guidance came out. And we really want to applaud all 4 of our bargaining units, especially our teachers, who really stood in there and recognized that we needed to build upon what we did on the flip immediately back in the spring to build a robust program that was going to make a difference for kids, that was going to ensure that we're addressing our English language learners, ensure that we have ways to get to our at-risk students, ensure that we're connecting with parents and students. And so the teachers union really put that together. They did more outreach and focus groups beyond what the district did, just to make sure that we were getting it right. Next slide, please. And so we really did try to put things together and have something that was flexible to meet those high need students. And the fact that our schools are not the same. If you're in a flatland school, you're up in the hills, they have different needs, and we needed to have the ability to adjust and not try to create a one-size-fits-all model that fits nobody. We've all seen the signs of equity where people are on different boxes to look over the fence, but the reality is you got to knock the fence over. And that was our goal of being flexible. And it was inclusive. We really did listen to every stakeholder and put their feedback into what was finalized. Not every group gets exactly what they want. That's part of the negotiations to get something done, but the elements were there. And we're ready to pivot. We can take our model and flip and go back when it is safe. It's not safe today, but it will be at some point, and we're ready to go. We're adjusting as conditions change, and this week has been the perfect example. We've had to change every single day the first week of school. There was some new challenge that our teachers and our educators and our staff rose above to make a difference. And equity was always on the forefront. When we talk about the budget on the 9th, we're going to talk about how we were able to meet almost all of the goals the board asked us to do and have a way to get out of our budget crisis, even during this pandemic. Because again, we focused on equity and put our dollars where the most needy students were. Next slide, please. And so we've shown this before. We're now in the inform, train, and engage function. We have started, and now our focus is shifting to assisting those that aren't able to make the transition perfectly, to give them that training and engage each and every student in their learning. With that, I'd like to pass it over to our Chief Academic Officer, Mr. Aurelio, to go through the academic components of the MOU.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Rowland. Good evening, trustees. So I have the pleasure to speak to the fact that we started school. August 17th came and went. We were prepared and ready, and I really do want to commend every staff, teacher, administrator, custodial staff, everyone who really pitched in to get schools open on the 17th. The amount of support we've provided families, getting materials out to students. It was a heavy lift, and everyone did a commendable job. Next slide. And of course, it wasn't going to be easy enough to just pull off a distance learning plan. We had some environmental factors that played into the first week of school, as you all are aware. It led into this week. Next slide. So just to speak to a few of the components of our MOU and our schedule, we do have a schedule that accounts for 240 instructional minutes of learning daily. Now that is a combination of both live and independent work. You're not going to see 240 minutes of live instruction, but families are getting 200 minutes of work. Each day, including Fridays, we do have a daily live homeroom. That is important because that allows for the social emotional connections that teachers can make with their students. We get to see our students, and it's also the place where we take live attendance. Daily, there are office hours, which allow for our teachers to connect in small groups, one-on-one, in a variety of different ways to intervene when necessary for students. Next slide. Now, in addition to some of these other factors, you will find that each of our schools has a common learning management platform. Our default platform for the district is Seesaw for the younger kids and Google Classroom for older kids. There are a couple exceptions to that, but they are whole school decisions that were made. Pinot Valley High School is an example of that, where they're using Canvas as a pilot whole school and not necessarily using Google or Seesaw. We also made sure that for our high schools, especially in secondary schools, we have less classes in a given day. So you're seeing block scheduling that spread out the courses. Richmond High, for example, is doing a 2x2 block where students take 2 courses a day, much longer time frames for those courses. And then I want to also point out that on each of our school schedules on Friday, there is dedicated time for family outreach. That's really vital in this environment. We want to have the opportunities for our families to connect with their teachers and for teachers to connect with families when there are challenges or just to see what kind of supports they need. Next slide. So one of the things that we're looking at or we planned for this year that's really important is how do we move an organization? How do we really truly impact the tier 1 instruction that we know is vital and critical to improving the performance for our kids? And one of the things we're banking on is the level of adult learning that's necessary and supported by our district. So on Fridays, which is our Wellness Friday, a big portion of that time is for us to really impact the adults in our system and to make sure that they're prepared and ready to serve every child that we see. So we've made a dedicated effort for race and equity and diversity professional development, not just for teachers, for all staff. And so you're going to see that bringing in your custodians, your office staff, and really making sure that everyone in this organization is receiving that training and that support. And it's not a one and done. You're going to see that beyond this year. We're trying to make sure that that is a systematic change in our organization. So you also will find for our teachers, we know that this type of environment requires more planning time. So there is daily planning time every week. And then you'll also see that we have specific academic training. I want to applaud Tracy Logan and her team, the amount of tech training they've provided, not only for teachers, but paraprofessionals, office staff, really the whole organization. We're all learning for the first time together. Next slide. So these couple slides really just show an example of the types of schedules we see. These are more the generic schedules that then schools use to build off their schedule. So these are 2 examples of the elementary blocks, and you can see where homeroom fits in for some schools, where there is daily office hours, including the family outreach on Fridays. Next slide. Here's 2 examples of what secondary schedules might look like, a 3x3 block or a 4x4 block. And you can see less classes per day, but really the emphasis on providing students with enough touch points and time and energy. Next slide. This slide here shows our schedule for professional development. Like I mentioned earlier, we are doing a huge investment on ensuring our adults are getting the necessary training, and we bank on that being the biggest impact, quite honestly, on student learning. When you have a trained workforce, you're going to see movement in the systems we complete. So we have a 5-week schedule. We know that week 5 only exists once or twice during the calendar year. But in the 4-week schedule, you'll see that there's centrally supported or centrally led professional development for all. And then there is opportunities for site and staff-led professional development as well. Next slide. So this slide here really speaks to the types of opportunities that we have with our Wellness Friday. So Wellness Friday, in addition to providing the adults the opportunity to learn, it's really an opportunity for us to provide our students other opportunities to work together. So you're going to start to see, as we build Wellness Friday out, our partners coming in and supporting this work. You're going to see, in addition to site-based offerings, we're going to have centrally based offerings. So you'll have schools that'll be able to, or students from different schools connecting as well. It won't just be site-based. So we are working with community engagement and a number of different folks trying to build our partnership here to offer a variety of things. One of our Teamsters, for example, who's on a committee with us, he would love to do an Iron Chef Friday where he leads students through different cooking activities. So it is an opportunity for us to look at within our organization and even outside our organization how we can support students in this Friday. Next slide, please. And I'm actually going to turn it over to Tracy Logan to talk about attendance and attendance tracking.
Great, thanks, Ruben. So as Mr. Duffy was mentioning, we are learning a new language. Attendance and engagement are new terms that the state has given us. And so we've been making sense of what does that mean exactly in our system? How does that show up? And how are we making sure that we're consistent about it throughout the system? So we talk about this in that students this year in distance learning will be receiving 3 kinds of marks: an attendance mark, an engagement mark, and a grading mark. So attendance is something that we're most familiar with. And you can see in this slide that attendance taking occurs in homeroom. Every student has a homeroom, whether they're in elementary or in secondary. They're in that homeroom Monday through Friday, and that homeroom will continue throughout the year. So it's an excellent place to build community, social emotional development, and place for teachers to really know who their students are and what's going on in their lives. There's always an opportunity, if a student has to miss homeroom, that the student can interact with the teacher sometime before 3 o'clock that day in order to be marked present. And this attendance taking happens in Power School as it normally does. Now the second mark is engagement. So engagement is a little bit trickier concept. So a student can be physically absent from a class, but still do the work. And when that happens, that student is engaged and is marked as engaged. So that it's very different to think about attendance versus engagement, but those 2 markers together really tell you a lot about what's going on for students and the ways in which students need support. So both attendance and engagement are coded by teachers in Power School, our student information system, and then that data is tracked. Per ed code, once a student misses 60% or more, either attendance or engagement, we have to intervene. So we're tracking that data, and then there'll be course for intervention. When a student misses more than 60% for attendance, the truancy process kicks in. Similarly, if they miss more than 60% for engagement, then the care cost process kicks in, and we look at what's going on with the student, what are the supports that they need so we can help them re-engage. Both are required to meet the instructional minutes. And then technology access. So not only we're learning new languages, we're learning technology. First and foremost is making sure everyone has access. So over the last couple of weeks, we have distributed 4,000 additional Chromebooks. Those primarily went to our youngest learners, our preschool students, our TKs, our Ks, and first graders. We have distributed around in the neighborhood of 2,000 student hotspots by request and as needed. We've been able to partner with 6 community groups that are functioning as community hubs, so our Bright Futures and a number of our Y Care centers, to get them hooked up with super spots to provide internet for students who are there doing their distance learning. We've provided 550 staff laptops, including our classroom aids. Not all of those have been distributed yet due to the air quality. We had to postpone some of that, but that is underway. We've received in the neighborhood of 1,200 parent and student support requests over the last week. The phones and the emails have just been ringing off the hook, and we've been getting to those as quickly as we can so that we can support families and students to get connected and get online. And then staff requests, 2,300 staff requests. So really busy connecting with folks and making sure everyone has the access that they need.
And so we've really had our staff has immediately shifted their roles. Many of our classified in particular, their job has had to change dramatically from what their job description has and was. And if you look at the classified MOU, they immediately came to the table and said, okay, we understand. We're going to have to do different work. Let's negotiate so that our staff can be right there to help on the front lines. As Ruben Aurelio stated, we have a food service worker that's saying, hey, I can do some of that social support for you and help connect on that Iron Chef. We've been doing the grab and grow meals. We served over 3 million meals during the summer. We're hoping to get that flexibility back to serve every child under 18. We're also adjusting those social spaces because everything we've done is about ensuring the safety of our staff that are out there on the front line serving our students. Next slide, please. And so we've built a robust contact tracing protocol that we've identified 2 individuals in the district that are the focal point for any concerns. Should we have an employee that tests positive, we have process and procedure to go through to ensure that everybody knows how to communicate and that we're maintaining safety. We're in the process of working on a public service announcement video that we hope to share, if all goes well, at the next board meeting, to show how we're making a difference to make sure that our students and our staff stay safe all the way through, with our district nurses and our district security officers part of that process to ensure. Next slide. And so you can see that this is a large flow chart. We're not going to go into detail there, but it pretty much takes you down every scenario of what happened and how you can ensure that you're able to continue providing service each and every day, even while we're shut down. With that, I'm going to hand it back to the superintendent to close out our phase 1 MOU back to school presentation. And you're muted, sir.
I mentioned earlier our work to continue to look at community hubs in a way to support our students, and really want to thank our team. You know, our technology department has been able to get out and help certain community organizations like the Y Care facilities, Bright Futures, and others get some internet access that they might not have been able to have. And so we're, again, really trying to figure out any ways that we can support our students and families who need it the most. Some of our next steps and key work, big one is attendance and engagement monitoring. Chromebook and internet access support, that's a big one we continue to work on. Really ensuring proper special education services. This is a big one for us, really. Any way that we can make sure our special education students get the services they need and are mandated to have in their IEP, that's what we're working on. The student IDs for lunch pickup, we can't emphasize that enough. We wish everybody could just grab and go, but that's not the rules that we're under right now. Really deepening our quality curriculum, our curricular units, so that students have real units of study that they're working on, not just busy work, not just do this long assignment for tomorrow, but really deep learning, which is what we've been talking about in our roadmap for quite some time. Getting our academic assessments of students done now, so we really know where everybody is at. Continued parent and family communication, and the programming of Wellness Fridays. I do want to say, you know, we had some comments earlier during public comment around Stewart School, and I really want to, you know, send my apologies out to those students in that 5-6 class that were not able to open with a teacher. We've been working hard. We have a couple of possibilities. So that class will have a teacher there on the first day. You know, we've done well with just having a few last vacancies across our 1,500 teachers. So, you know, I'm proud that we have qualified folks in pretty much all our classrooms, but for the few students who had to start with a substitute or not a permanent teacher, you know, that's never easy, and never easy in the virtual environment. So to you all, I'm really sorry, and we're working to get that fixed as soon as we possibly can. And with that,
Mr. Duffy, sorry
yeah.
to interrupt board and public. I just want to also acknowledge that we have received information about that situation, and I want the board and you to work together so that we make sure that, you know, that class is taken care of, because we want all kids to have a teacher, and especially kids who have had already issues like this before.
Absolutely.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. Thank you.
And so that's where we are, you know, 8 days into school. Proud of the work. We know we've got challenges ahead of us, and we're really thankful for everybody's patience and flexibility and resilience as we get the work underway. That's our report.
Trustee Lara, I think you're muted.
Thank you so much. Thank you again. And now it's time for comments, questions about this phase 1 MOU from our trustees. Trustee Cotton Blake.
We do have some public comment.
Public
Oh
comment
my
first.
goodness, I'm always forgetting about that. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Yes, public comment.
Okay, so let's go to Eric Smith. You have 1 minute.
Hi, good evening, trustees. My name is Eric Smith. I'm the executive director of the Ed Roberts campus in Berkeley, and I'm a parent of a West Contra Costa student, and my wife's a teacher with the district. And I think it's been a great couple of weeks, and I think we've really moved smoothly from, I guess, crisis teaching to now actual distance learning, and I think it's been really successful. And to keep the quality high, I'm really asking you to support the health and safety of educators and families and students by voting yes on the MOU tonight. And I think everyone's stressed, parents, teachers, students, and we all really need some stability and being able to count on having a plan that we can all just stick to for a while. But a huge amount of work has gone into creating the MOU, and voting yes tonight would really allow us to move forward in a safe and, I think, intentional manner. So thank you for that, and thanks for your commitment to.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Next is Maisha Harris-Gash.
Good evening. I'm just kind of perplexed. I'm not sure why this would even be a question of not supporting the MOU from any of the trustees. So if there's any reservation about signing it, I would say you take the lead first. You take your children, your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephews, or whatnot, and you go into the schools and either you teach some classes, you drive some buses, you walk the hallways and be the CSOs. You take the lead first, and then we'll see, and maybe we'll follow. So I'm just kind of not even sure why we are where we are right now about even questioning signing this MOU after all the data and the information that was put forth by my union president. And then just with that being said, Ms. Hernandez Chavez, I pray that you feel better. And other than that, everybody have a wonderful, blessed night. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gash.
I just want to clarify, if the folks waiting to comment, this is on MOU phase 1. The next item is MOU phase 2. So if you have around that's the reopening and physical, just want to clarify that. So next would be Monica N. Okay, let's move to Guadalupe and Yana.
Hello, board members. I just wanted to really thank you guys for, you know, how we started the school year. I think there's been a lot of information put out there. I think that there's been a lot of communication from the teachers. I think that's something that we didn't have when we ended last school year. But I also want to take the time to think about like really how do we move forward? How do we really be innovative, especially catering to the working parents and working teachers? You know, I know that there's teachers out there that have children that have to teach, that have to, you know, be there twice. And you know, maybe this opens up the door to maybe shifting it. You know, a lot of parents want to be there present for their kids. They can't sit there next to them during the day to help them get on. So maybe, you know, we should start thinking about, is it possibility to do an AM PM session? And, you know, maybe start looking at alternatives so that we have more engagement from the community. So we have more engagement from the teachers and, you know, from the parents that want to be involved. We want to see our children get educated and, you know, let's really be innovative and see how we can work in partnership. We really have a good thing going. Thank you.
Next is Brigda Raksa.
Hello?
Hello, yes, go ahead.
Yes, hi. I'm a parent of two students at the Stewart DLI program, and third grade with Mrs. Ortega going great. Once again, unfortunately, so sad. I don't know why every year we have to be, you know, fighting for our kids to have a teacher. We are the first class. We are the pilot class. Every year we're gonna need a teacher. I don't understand how the district doesn't get it, how the principal doesn't get it. We're going to need a teacher. We need a teacher every year. It is so unfair. If we count up all the time that our kids have missed with no education because either their teacher was out really ill last year for 7, 8, 9 weeks, to all the times that they started a month and a half in of the school year, we're almost a year behind. The district has a responsibility to educate our children. The children have rights to education. And so just having them log on so you can take attendance, like last Friday, they were logged on. After I say your name, you can go have a nice day. That is BS. I refuse to have my kid. We're not going to be logging on just so the school district can get the money for our kids when you're not doing our kids anything. Nothing's happening for our kids.
Next is Rachel Grotke.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge that, you know, it took hours and days for the bargaining team to, you know, negotiate this phase 1 MOU, and including all trustees having agreed that opening the schools would not be safe. So decisions were not made lightly and included input from all stakeholders, included, you know, before it was even ratified. Educators and families deserve to have peace of mind, and, you know, do not delay in voting yes on this MOU. Thank you.
We have two left. Petronila Fernandez.
Hello, good evening. My name is Petronila Fernandez. I am a parent of Forest School, a 4th grade student. Just want to make sure about the distance learning. I am really like it to having my child at home because it's more safer, but I'm really concerned there, you guys, I'm sorry, you pretending to reopen our school. Please be safe, make yourself, touching your heart. If you want to send your child to the school risking to the COVID-19, please. I are really concerning about that. But actually I want to make sure, again, I don't say that my child, new teacher at the school, her name is Nayela Peña Diaz. I really appreciate her leadership and just want to make sure our school help her to get more succeed for our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our last speaker for this item is Zalon Harrison.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to say, I think as we look at a lot of things we're doing different, you have to look at you're servicing different cultures in a different way. So different dynamics are coming into play, I think, are not being addressed. So like one speaker said before me, if we work in partnership more deeper, we can get some things that look like a partnership so we can work together and have the type of outcomes the district likes and parents feel heard and what we need from the district and how things need to operate. And also I wanted to say Richmond High's plan for the high school students is great. All the youth I talk to that go there, my kids go there too, they like it. So that high school plan may be one that you might want to implement at other high schools if you're other high schools are having struggles, because Richmond Highs has been great reviews with the youth.
Thank you.
That concludes the comments.
Okay. Now we can go to trustee comments onto the Phase 1 MOU. Trustee Cotton Blake?
Yes, thank you. I would just like to say thank you. And this is just incredible work being done by all of the unions in the district. This amazing collaborative work. So again, thank you.
Great. Trustee Garcia Avila?
Thank you for that presentation. I do have a few questions. Will this anti-racism practice be just 1 year, or will it be more than a year? Because honestly, being anti-racist does not happen in a year. How will we be holding like staff accountable to just be anti-racist? And also, how are we supporting elementary school students with technology? Because I know I struggle with technology, and especially those students whose parents don't know how to work technology. How do we provide extra support for them?
Good questions. Mr. Duffy, can you answer some of those questions?
Answer some of those questions. So on the technology front, we restart our parent classes, which we had last year, where parents can learn more about their technology. And, you know, a number of schools are doing that already using their school community outreach worker or others, but we'll get that underway. The younger students are using a different platform. They're using Seesaw instead of Google Classroom. So it's a little bit easier to use. It's a little more intuitive, easier interface, but they still do have to learn. And I think that's one reason we're also seeing our kindergarten enrollments a bit low, because, you know, families are making some choices about what they want for their kindergartners. And then your first question, if you could just repeat that one for me.
Yeah. How do, like, is anti-racism practices, is it just going to be like a year long, or is it going to continue afterward?
We hope not. I mean, we've done, you know, some of this work where we could. A couple of years ago, we did a whole year's worth of work with the National Equity Project. And it's work that we've been continuing to try to do. The challenge for us has always been time. And this is a year suddenly that we have some time in the schedule on Fridays to be able to do that work. But it is work that we have to continue to do. It's conversations that we always need to be in. And we have to build a common language and a common understanding across the district. And also figure out where that plays in for students, because we know a lot of students want to be in these conversations, and that's something we hope to be able to build for our students and with our students on Fridays as well. Good question.
Great, thank you.
I don't have any questions or comments, Madam Chair. Our student trustees are hitting it tonight.
I know. Trustee Panis?
Thank you, Clerk Laura. So I have a few questions here. So I'm really excited when I'm talking to principals. I'm hearing about how their staff really stepped up over the summer and went way out of their ways to help make our distance learning successful. So obviously, everybody in the district gets kudos for that. That's really exciting news. At the elementary schools, as you said, Mr. Duffy, like I'm hearing like some principals saying they're really down in their kindergarten and their TK classes. And I'm just wondering if, you said you're hearing that from other superintendents as well. And I'm actually kind of wondering, what does this mean about, are we going to be closing kindergarten classes, or is the decline not that strong?
We're not going to close kinder classes right now. I mean, we may need to rethink the kinder model in some ways if we think there's something we could do differently that might attract more families back into kinder. The place we might close some classrooms or consolidate in the virtual world is preschool, because preschool is so under-enrolled right now and so difficult to do 100% virtually that may be a place we look at. But everywhere else, no, unless there's something severely under-enrolled, we're going to ride with the teachers we have in those classrooms.
Okay, thank you. I'm hearing that even though now site funds have been unfrozen, schools are not generally being allowed to use site funds to hire staff.
That's right. We are saying we're not allowing sites to go hire 1.0 full-time FTE employees, because we do know we have to make a big set of reductions going into next year, and we really want to put off sort of hiring people and then laying them off. So if they're able to pay some of their current staff extra, great. Overtime in that way, great. A tiny consultant contract or something, great. But we are hesitant to bring on full-time staff right now because we're going to be at March 15th before we know it, and then potentially have to lay people off. So that's the concern. But we are trying to work with all of our schools about what's the need, what are they hoping to have, how can we support that?
Okay, I mean, could they hire half-time staff, or you're basically saying you just don't want to hire staff?
If we're saying, if that halftime sort of helped complete another half on their campus, something like that, we would be really open to it. But we are really worried about having to make reductions next year. And if we don't have to bring on new staff, I think it will save us the struggle by adding to our payroll and then having to take it away.
Okay. So do we have a count of the number of teachers who are actually teaching from their site? Because obviously we have to open up every site where teachers want to teach from the site. And I'm not saying teachers don't have valid reasons for doing that. I'm just trying to understand that. How many are doing it?
Almost. We put out a survey to every one of our sites asking basic questions about successes and needs. And also in that was a question on how many staff members are coming in to their sites. And it was a little bit wonky because of the fires, but we'll get you those numbers as soon as we have it. I think it's about 10 to 15% of teachers and staff are actually coming in to use their classrooms, but we don't have it. That's my quick glance from before, but as soon as we have the full roll-up, we'll give it to you. But that's still a decent amount of staff coming in who want the privacy of their classroom where they're undisturbed and can teach out of there safely.
Do we have any kind of a number on how many students have had challenges logging in since day one and are still having trouble for whatever reasons?
I'd ask Ms. Logan to help me with that. I think, I don't actually know in terms of just ongoing challenges. I think she might be able to answer that. I think that when we know students have a challenge, I think we're able to address it. It's more students who are, really haven't been able to get in at all.
Okay. I mean, actually, that raised the question. There was that slide I noticed that showed how many support requests. I think it said 1,200 parent and student support requests and 2,300 staff requests. And I'm just wondering, are the staffs calling for different reasons? I mean, those numbers are literally huge orders of magnitude different from each other.
Yeah. And I don't know if we can get Miss Logan back on for a minute, or if she's off.
I'm here. Yep,
help
I
us.
can speak to that. Sure. So the 2,300 number for staff, that's actually in the ballpark of what we normally experience at the start of school. It's very busy at the beginning of school, making sure that all staff can log in, their equipment works, they know how to use it, etc. The parent number, we've never served parents before. The spring was the very first time. So I think it's a combination, honestly, those numbers of families learning that we're there to support, that we have the tech support available, we have the email as well as the hotline. So the message getting out. I also think a lot of families contacted their schools directly or their teachers directly, which is great. Teachers can support students with logging in, and particularly the younger students and families. So I don't think those numbers are representative only of families that were having access issues. I think that's kind of a subset.
Okay, one last question here. So we're talking about maybe doing hubs with YMCA or Bright Futures or other organizations. Like, what students would be going to these?
So right now, we'd really be asking those centers to just work with their current clientele. They have a lot of students who they know who have historically come to their centers, families they know. So that's really one way. But then if we do have, 3 or 4 or 5 in our community, then I think we can publicize that, centrally, and just be able to let families know, here's a place you could go. And some of them are very specific, right? They, their work, they might only be serving low-income students. They might only be serving foster youth. So it's not just anyone and everyone can show up there. So, and I know the county's doing some work and the county has some money to support it, but that money is generally reserved for some of the highest needs students. But that said, I think if we have a few options, we'll publicize it where we can. But we've said to them, just reach out to the students and families which is they have huge networks. Like the city, I learned, we had a big convening and I learned like the city of Hercules is offering, some of these type things during the day for groups of students. And the city of San Pablo is not yet, but would like to, so there's a lot of energy around being able to provide for students during the day if we can help make it happen.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Panis. Trustee Phillips.
Thank you very much, Clerk Laura. I have a few questions, and the first question is, how many students are missing since the beginning of school?
We have right now, we have a discrepancy between the number of students who are in Power School and the number of what we call like live bodies or warm bodies, right? So you could say that's a difference between students who are pre-registered and students we're seeing. And that's somewhere between 1,500 actually and 2,000. So it's a big number. But I will say that number was double that the first day. And every day it goes down by 500 students or 400 students. But it's a big number right now that we're looking at. And again, when we've drilled into it, we're seeing the big discrepancies at K, 7, and 9 right now.
Thank you. So when school started, you're saying there were approximately 4,000 kids missing?
Yeah, on the first day when we ran those numbers, that's all we had reported. So some of it might have been tech issues, some of it might have been schedules not done, some of it might have been students who couldn't get on. So little by little, we're seeing this, or little by little, we're seeing more students entering the system. I'm going to assume at the end of the day we'll be down somewhat, because I just think that the whole face of the community is changing right now. But I do think that number won't be as severe as it is right now in a few weeks.
At what point are we going to start looking for these kids? Because at the end of last school year, or during the spring anyway, we had kids that were missing that we never found. So what are we going to do to not be in the same situation where we have missing children and we don't know where they are?
Yeah, we're doing it right now. We've been doing it since day one. We have much clearer protocols with our front office staff, with our schools. Our data is much cleaner because we're able to take power school attendance every single day. So that is, one of the absolute priorities is to get the real number. I mean, if students have really left the area or less students are coming to the area, for example, we've had a really strong flow of students from Central America coming recently, right? And I think that's really slowing down right now during the COVID pandemic. And so, we'll see what the demographics are looking like. But yes, agree with you, Mr. Phillips. We are on it. And it's, we've had meetings with our principals this week about it. So it's a number one for us.
Thank you. And then how many students lack connectivity?
I'd bring on Miss Logan for that right now. I think she has a kind of a ballpark figure of what we think we're dealing with.
Yes, I can certainly speak to that. And I'll also say it's ballpark. It's really hard to kind of wrap our head and arms around that number definitively. So as I mentioned, we've distributed about 2,000 hotspots over the last couple of weeks. I think that probably accounts for the largest need right now. We're still planning on at least another 1,000. We don't have at this time anyone waiting. So there's anyone who's requested a hotspot, has been given a hotspot, or it's en route to them. So there's no wait list per se, but my concern is along your line of questioning, Trustee Phillips, which is the students who have not yet engaged and we have not yet accounted for. And I do think that technology access, digital literacy divide is part of that underlying reason. And we're trying to get at that, as Mr. Duffy said, through phone calls and outreach and various methods to figure out what is the reason. And if it is internet, that's something we can help with.
So I know this is probably not the case, and I know that the numbers will continue to go down until they plateau at some point. But let's just assume that there are, I'm totally making this number up, but let's say that there are 1,200 children who don't have internet access out of the existing 2,000. Do we have the capability right now to provide those children connectivity? And again, the number may not be 1,200, but if it's a significant number of children, do we actually have the ability to provide for them?
We do. If we're talking about 1,000 children, 1,500, yes, we do. If we're talking about 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, we don't on hand at this time.
Okay, but whatever the number is, it is 2,000 or less, based on the fact that that's who has not connected, correct?
That's what we believe, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. The last thing that I want to comment on is something that you raised, Mr. Duffy, around rethinking the K model. So my son, or one of my sons, started kindergarten this year, and he is online with his little classmates. God bless them all. The teacher is fine. But I have concerns watching some of this happen around, quite frankly, having a 5-year-old on the internet, online for that much time. So I think it would be great. I don't know what other kindergarten parents are thinking. I know that you said that there is an issue with enrollment in TK and K, but as one kindergarten father, I can say that due to no fault of the teacher or the system, I don't really feel comfortable with my boy sitting at 5 years old, sitting in front of a computer all day long. So I do think looking at other models would be good, because I know my wife and I have been having conversations around trying to figure out how we could just change the model for him ourselves if need be. And I suspect other parents who are in kindergarten classes may be thinking the same thing. So those are my comments on this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Yes, I just have some questions, but you know, I just want to say that this is an area, what Trustee Phillips said, kindergarten, preschool, that I would like to have more information as you get it. I'm sure it's changing all the time. So it might be good for us to have an update about that, you know, about that area, so that we know how, you know, the numbers and what's, you know, what's happening there. So that's one of my big concerns on this. But otherwise, I thank you for the presentation. That was what we needed to know and to hear about. So thank you for that. And President Hernandez-Jarvis, are you there? Okay.
Thank you for checking. Yeah, I don't have any further questions. I think that Trustee Phillips raised a lot of questions about technology and attendance that I wanted to ask. So that's been covered, and I look forward to more answers. And I think also Trustee Garcia Avila asked some questions about equity and PD around racial equity. And, you know, I think that that's also something that I would like to just have more answers on, but I won't be redundant since those were asked. Thank you.
All right, thank you, President Hernandez-Jarvis. Okay, I believe we are moving on to the action items. And the first one being to accept phase 2 conditions for reopening the MOU with the bargaining units.
Yep, I'll say a couple of words about that while it comes up. We've heard a lot of public comment tonight about this. And really, you know, as a staff, in working with our bargaining units, we really did take our lead from the board. We had a big conversation this summer where we brought forth, if you remember, an initial plan, and that plan even had that original idea of hubs, and the board was, you know, very skeptical about that and really wanted to put safety first and be as strong with safety as possible. And we carried that message into our negotiations. We feel like it's a really, really solid plan, a positive plan, doesn't put us behind anybody else in terms of getting opened. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Wold, who can go into a few of the details, and then, you know, hopefully we can move it forward and really continue to dig into how to make phase 1 as good as it can be.
So as we go to the next slide, we really did start understanding that before you can start serving students in person, you need to make sure that all of the safety provisions are in place. We recognize that we would not be able to modify our facilities to such a point that we could bring all the students back at one time. We don't have the ability to move all the furniture out and have enough rooms for everyone to be there and congregate. And we've seen even this week, Elk Grove, just up the road, brought some students back, and within 2 days, they were shutting down again because students were coming down with COVID. We've seen it across the nation, that coming back too quick and not having the safety precautions in place end up creating such an imbalance for your community that we really tried to design the right criteria so that we know when we come back, we can do it in a phased approach that's safe. And so it's about a health trigger, then a capacity trigger, and then also knowing that some students and some employees won't be able to come back immediately. So there's going to have to be the ability to do both methods. So if we can go to the next slide, please. We really did understand that there are a couple big pieces in the MOU that are important. One of them is the RU, the reproductive rate of COVID. If you look at compared to other ones, it has a rate that's greater than 1. That means for each person that gets infected, more than one other individual is going to get infected. And we're finding, you're seeing anecdotal, one person goes into Starbucks, drinks without a mask, 50 people end up being catching it. So that was an R50. We want to make sure that the R number gets less than 1. That for each person that's infected, they're not spreading it and creating it, especially in our high needs populations where more families are doubled up, where you have people in closer proximity. You want to make sure that there's a safety in all your zip codes. Universal testing is a real important piece. The county continues to open more testing opportunities, and they are doing testing, but for quite a while, it had been 2 weeks before you get results. We need to be able to know quickly if we're going to reopen so that we can pivot and adjust for safety. And then you have to have protocols in place to know how everyone is interacting with each person, so you do know how quickly it can spread. If we can go to the next slide. So these are the metrics based on the research from Harvard that were put in there that followed along with what the board had recommended to us. And the big thing as we looked at it was it's not just Contra Costa County. We found this out last week with the power outages. We had teachers that couldn't teach because their power went out because they live in a different city than where their students are. We had students where their power went out, but the teachers didn't because they're in a different place. And so we can't just limit our protocol to Contra Costa County. Many of our employees drive across county lines, and some of our students come across county lines to go to our schools because we are a destination for education. And so it has to be both. The region has to be safe, because otherwise you open up and you bring it right back in and you start with another flare-up. We don't want to be the first to open and have to be the first to close again. We want to be the first to open that stays open permanently. And that's what our employees really listen to the board about. We want to do this right. And so that's why each of those pieces are in there, that it is built on where our community, and our community is our employees and our students and their families. Where do they interact so that we're protected? And then we have all of the different measurements that are built in there to ensure that there is indeed contact tracing, that we're able to validate that, yes, they're able to quickly be able to define the pathway. If we can go to the next slide. This talks again about testing, that we've built a protocol in place that as soon as somebody is exposed or showing symptoms, they notify their supervisor. We go directly to our security team and our district nurse. They follow a protocol. They go through a set of questions. They immediately make sure anyone that could have been in harm's way is notified so that we maintain protection. And as we do move towards hubs or doing any in-person, we'll make sure that that's in place so that all of those services, as the opportunity presents, are available for our students. And the parties have already agreed that once it is safe, we will start looking at doing internal hubs. Once this criteria has been met, if those are successful, then we would move into the next phase, bringing more students. If that's successful, we move into the next phase to do even more students until we get back to full. And we want to have each one be a successful implementation as we go forward. If you can go to the next slide, please. This goes back to the hub concept that we talked about. We're going to start with some outside partners, see if we can't pilot that make sure that we can get it correct before we even try to do something internal. And we're not going to be pushing our most vulnerable students into this. We're going to look at an equity lens to make sure that once those conditions are correct, we can go forward. So while we may not be the first to reopen, we want to be the right reopening there and supporting our students to make sure it makes sense. Next slide. And so this goes right down to the piece that we'll make sure that there's always the correct pieces and the correct protocols. We'll start by working with our partners, and we are setting aside some CARES Act money to be able to do some of that so that we can continue to serve. We know that we have great need. We heard about it today, the social emotional needs, the mental health needs. We also know that we have more students that are homeless than ever before, that are having to double up and don't have the same securities they've had before. So we're setting up the ability, as we identify who those students are through our engagement and attendance tracking, to be able to find other opportunities and partnerships even outside of our own system to be able to support them. And this will take time. It won't be done overnight, but it's part of our process to go forward. So we really applaud. All of our unions have been involved all the way through. Our bus company has already partnered to begin soon the ability to potentially doing deliveries if we can get enough of our employees that are unassigned to be able to be part of that to deliver materials. We're trying to expand meal services. We actually have advocacy at the U.S. Department of Ed level this week, trying to get that seamless summer back. So we're taking every action we can to serve our students remotely based on what the board stated. And so every union proudly signed these conditions, knowing that this was the right way based on what the board had asked us to do. All the unions are asking is that you accept this report and that you add your signature to it. This is our protocol. We believe we've set the example. We followed exactly what the board asked us to do this summer in building that, and we did it in great partnership. And we're actually standing up, when we talk to other districts, they're looking at us as the model, and it's already been printed in multiple places, that we were one of the first to step up and create a model that makes a difference for kids. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, could we have a motion to extend the meeting until 11 o'clock?
So moved.
Second, Madam Chair.
Moved by Trustee Panas, second by Trustee Cuevas, to extend until 11 o'clock.
We have one public comment so far, and I do think if we're able to get through this item fairly quickly, we can try to cruise through the others by 11.
Okay, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Cuevas,
Aye.
yes. Although note, I do need to log off around 11.
Panis, yes.
Laura, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Cotton Blake.
Oh, he's not on anymore.
Okay, all right. And Hernandez Jarvis, are you there? Okay.
And we do have 2 public comments now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Unanimous except for Trustee Cotton Blake. Okay, let's go to the 2 public comments.
Okay, Jocelyn Rohan.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm a prep teacher at Nystrom Elementary, and I'm really excited about the idea of the hub model. And I want to bring students back and utilize the school garden that I've been working so hard to maintain. And I would love to use our magnificent campus as a place to host hubs. And I absolutely would not feel safe doing it without having this MOU signed. I'm immunocompromised myself, and I do want to make sure that I'm safe. I don't bring anything home to my family. Our students are safe, and I highly support this MOU. And I'd also like to add that I don't see anything about maintenance and operations. And we often have broken faucets, no soap, no paper towels, so simple hand washing wouldn't happen effectively. And if we could address that at some point in the very, very imminent future, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jean Kinchner.
Hello. I work at Verde as a kindergarten teacher, and I first would like to talk about the washing facilities. For example, my sinks in my kindergarten class, you have to continuously push the button for the water to come out. So there's no way to properly wash your hands when you have one hand constantly on the faucet. The other thing that I just wanted to bring to the board, I have 5 factors that predetermine me as being really risky for me to be in the classroom. I would hate 1 to die, but 2, for that, my death to be a social and emotional trigger on my kindergarten students. That would just be devastating.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
That's all the comments.
That's all the comments. Okay, trustees, do we have comments or questions on phase 2 of the MOU? Cotton Blake has left. Trustee Garcia Avila?
Yeah, I just have 2 questions. So how many times are we going to test students and staff, and just for how long is that going to happen? And especially for people who don't have symptoms. And if we do send students back, how's transportation going to look like? So buses, how many students are going to be on a bus? And if there's a time limit, or, you know, school starts at some point, like, how are we going to make sure everyone is on time?
So those are great, perfect questions. AC Transit has already said that they're going to limit the amount of students that can be on their buses. So until such time as we have full reopening to where you can have multiple students on the bus, that's why we're looking at that phased approach. Even when schools could go open, we may have to start in smaller hubs until we have the facility ability with transportation and with facilities to bring everyone back. And so that's why this is such a measured approach. As for testing, you won't have to be tested every day to come to school. The requirement is that testing is available for anyone that starts to show symptoms so that we can get those results and make sure we keep people safe. That's why the number is at a very reasonable level based on what the Harvard recommendations are per 100,000, so that once you get those rates down, and right now we're 20 times that level. And in San Pablo, we're 60 times the level that's recommended. So we're still quite a ways from where it's safe, but those are the big protocols that are in place to make sure that we don't have issues that you just brought up.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Cuevas.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that I'm going to be voting in favor of this resolution, unamended. I've been consistent. I actually think we need to spend all of our energy trying to find a vaccine that actually works, tested and works and widespread, so that we can get everyone back into the classroom safely. I think it's a false choice that we have to sacrifice lives or take chances with lives to further education. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be ideal, but I think that's the goal we should have. So I feel like I'm even compromising in this instance, where I'm saying, okay, if you want to test and you want to take that chance, fine. I still think it's not where I would go personally. But I absolutely believe that we do have to shoot for the higher goal here, which is that we are keeping folks safe. As far as the impact on children and communities, it is without a doubt there. As Trustee Phillips mentioned, I sat in on my nephew's first grade class this week. It is not the same. I get it. But I'm not choosing this. This is a reality, and we all recognize as adults that we have choices to make in situations that are not ideal. And I will always work to preserve life when situations are not ideal. And that's part of how we as a human society have been able to live this long on this earth, is we've found a way to preserve ourselves. We need to do that and not make choices about who gets to be preserved. It's happening unequally by race and class and ethnicity right now, and it doesn't need to be that way. And I'm certainly going to be clear about how I feel about it. But I think me voting yes for this is in fact a compromise, because I actually think we should be, again, in heightened social distancing until we find a vaccine, and that's where all our energy should be. But this is not, this is just me being consistent with putting the public health before things. Like I said, there's not going to be any, but there'll be folks who are not happy with this situation. And that's what leadership is making tough decisions when things aren't ideal. It's easy to be a leader when everything's so clear, cut and dry. So we all do need to just kind of pull up our big people pants and do what we need to do to protect life. So that's all I'll say about that. I'm not going to say anything else until we're ready to vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Trustee Panis.
Thank you, Clerk Lara. So I'm all for this. I have been amazed, and not just since we started discussing this, since COVID came around, I have been so much more aware of people who have all kinds of challenges, immune challenges and other things that just put them at high risk. And I think we have to do this right. In my mind, passing this MOU does it right. I've said in the past that just like we have a financial impact for every item on our agenda, I think we need an equity impact for every item on our agenda. And to me, passing, the equity impact here is enormous if we pass this, and I'm all for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Panis. Trustee Phillips.
Thank you. First, as a district parent and member of the school board, I am opposed to sending our children, volunteers, and staff back to school this calendar year. It is simply unsafe. However, that does not mean that I am willing to vote for an MOU without any meaningful discussion or consultation with experts in medicine, science, and child development. Second, one day it will be objectively safe to send our children back to school. Whenever that day comes, I would hate to keep our schools closed because we accepted this MOU as written, including provisions that would prohibit us from reopening our schools until other counties are cleared. I believe that could hurt student learning unnecessarily. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. I too would vote to approve this this MOU. I think as the teachers and other collective bargaining units have stated, it was a lot of work they came to, and they had a lot of resources to bring in, and this was what they came up with, and I trust that they made that good, right decision, so I would be definitely approving this. President Hernandez Jarvis, if you're...
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so I agree that we need to create the conditions for kids to be able to focus and be supported at home and where they are in the daytime so that they can get the education they need in a virtual setting. I think that the work that has gone into this MOU is very significant and focuses on keeping everybody healthy, not just kids, not just staff, but whole communities and families. And I think that we really need to ensure that students have a consistent supply of tech tools, of access to school supplies, to all of the essential tools that they need to access their public education in the distance learning setting that we currently have. And I think that it is an equity issue and it is a racial justice issue because we're seeing COVID-19 affecting disproportionately Latinx and Black communities. And we definitely do not want to say, like, because parts of our communities already are having a lower rate of infection, that we want to open a certain way and then have inequities widen. And I just don't want to put anybody at risk. And I think it's clear from the county and from the different cities that our district serves that we are not at a point where we can safely go back on campus. So I think that what this MOU does is it says that we're setting a standard for how we're going to clear the hurdles of, unsafe practices of going back to school too early. So I just want us to focus our efforts on strengthening the distance learning implementation, on ensuring that every kid has what they need to succeed, everything that they need, not just, paper and pencil, but also the tech tools they need, the internet, the mental health, and the contact with their teachers. I think that's going to be the most important piece. And I think my concerns lie with the attendance piece and ensuring that every single child is accounted for. And if their families, if they're opting out, for example, kindergarten, I've heard we are having a lower enrollment as well at the school that I teach at in Berkeley, across, kindergarten classes. And so I think that a lot of parents may be opting out, but I think it's just having that shared understanding that we're in distance learning mode because we want to keep everyone safe. And at the same time, we need to be accountable to everyone and making sure that we can reach every child and communicate with families. If they're choosing to not have their child in front of the screen all day, essentially, like having that communication and knowing that the child is safe and how to provide their education in another way that reaches them. So that's my opinion on this, and I support this, and I want to keep every child and family member and staff member safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Madam President. Do we have a motion?
I'll move we accept phase 2 conditions for reopening MOU with the bargaining units.
Madam Chair, I second.
I'll second that. Okay, Trustee Panas moved, Trustee Cuevas second, and let's take a vote. Starting with
Cuevas, yes.
Panas, yes.
Phillips, no.
Hernandez,
Lara, yes. President Hernandez Jarvis, was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, it's 4-1 with Trustee Phillips voting no.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are going now to approve some new job descriptions.
So thank you again, trustees. We have been working diligently to meet many of the needs that have been talked about this evening. And in tonight's job descriptions, there are several that directly focus on equity and focus on race training. So in this package, you will see there are job descriptions for the coordinator of African American student achievement. This is the beginning of the building out of the entire African American Achievement Office under the new director, Will McGee. This coordinator will be supporting that action. You will also see a manager in human resources that is focusing specifically on the brand new needs that we have. More than 100 employees that have had to take different leaves because of health concerns, and tracking them and making sure we're providing the appropriate training. That position is funded by CSIG, which is our workers' comp incentive funds. So it's ongoing funding that is protected from the general fund. The third position is a combination of our director of English learner programs. We're adding in the early literacy component because there's a natural nexus with early literacy and English learners. If you do both well, that puts those English learners on the road to academic language proficiency quicker, and it ensures that students are moving forward. So we believe by putting those two together, we're going to have a much more synthesized focus on our English learner population as they begin. That's going to be directly connected to our core curriculum for early literacy. And the final one is a new director of positive school climate and social emotional learning. This is directly correlated to our significant investment in Friday training this year. By taking the entire year, every Friday, focusing on race and equity and having somebody dedicated to that work in an ongoing way, because their funding is ongoing within the special ed department. We have disproportionately placed African American students in special ed over time, and we need to stop that pathway. So we're going to directly focus on that race and equity training. We're going to make sure, one of the questions was, will it continue in the future? Absolutely, with this position dedicated to that work permanently, which is not coming out of the past budget, but it's directly related to that focus to making a difference. So again, as you're going to see, pretty much everything that we bring forward is directly connected to our previous LCAP goals and the board's goals of focusing on English learners and African American student achievement. And these positions will help us move that direction forward and continue to meet the needs that the community has asked us for very strongly tonight. So we ask the board to approve all job descriptions, and thank you.
Are there any public comments on this?
There are no public comments at this point.
Trustees, do we have any comments? Trustee Garcia Avila?
I think she's gone now.
Okay. Trustee Cuevas?
No questions, Madam Chair. As a matter of fact, I'd like to motion that we approve these just for the sake of time and start discussion from there if there's a second.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's take a vote.
Actually,
I have comment.
let's have some discussion, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, discussion. Go ahead. Yes.
Trustee.
Oh, Trustee Cuevas, did you have a discussion? No.
No.
Okay, Trustee Panis.
I have a concern here that I have kind of a strong feeling, I'm not digging in my heels here, that like any director level position above who's either directly serving students or directly serving staff should have experience as a site administrator. And so, for example, in the description of the Director of English Language Learner Achievement and Early Literacy, it doesn't actually require it, but it says experience as site administrator preferred. I kind of wish that said highly preferred, but it says preferred. I would like to see that same language in the Director of Positive School Climate, Social and Emotional Learning, because it's a director level job, and it's directly dealing with certificated staff. I mean, there are probably other staff there too, but I just feel like you learn a lot when you're a principal, and you learn a lot about kids, and you learn a lot about managing people. And I just think that experience is really valuable. And I think it says something about us if we want to say, at least we're shooting for that. Maybe we're not going to get it every time, but at least we're shooting for that. I just think it would say something about the way we look at this. So those are my comments. I mean, I'm okay with all these positions. I just wish we were I would love to have us be thinking about these positions that way.
Thank you, Trustee Panis. Trustee Phillips.
I do not have any questions. I do very much like the idea of getting at the issue of disproportionality in special education. It is an issue that has long plagued us, and it has put many a child on the wrong path and quite frankly stunted their growth. So the quicker we can get after this problem, the better. So thank you, and I do support these jobs.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. I too support these job descriptions. And President Hernandez-Jarvis.
Thank you. Trustee Lara, I do want to echo some of what Trustee Panis shared about the way that we create things that we're looking for in job descriptions. I think that's something that spoke to me about that, is that we have to make sure we put, explicitly how we want to recruit folks that have specific experiences that highlight the work that they'll be able to do in the positions that they're applying for. So if we have something specific to school site administration, or I think that those would be great additions to the job descriptions. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I can have the floor real quick.
Yes.
I think as the motioner, I'd be happy to, if it sounds like it's, you know, Superintendent Duffy weighs in, and there's no harm in adding that, because in the end it says preferred, but it doesn't mean required. Is it possible to just consider a amendment to the motion that adds that consistently across all the descriptions that what Mr. Panis referenced?
Yeah, right. So it's only 2 job descriptions, and I'd be happy to accept that friendly amendment. Mr. Duffy, do you have any thoughts on that?
I can live with that. Just knowing that, you know, talented people come from all backgrounds. I've always believed, you know, a principal perspective is really, really important. And you can see how many principals are directors and in the central office. And at the same time, we need to make sure our perspective is balanced and we're taking people from multiple fields who can put eyes on things from different angles so we don't get too insular. But can live with it for sure.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Duffy. And
So,
let's see, are we?
Mr.
Sorry.
Panis, if you want to suggest an amendment.
Okay, so I would like to propose that we modify the Director of Positive School Climate, Social and Emotional Learning to include under experience as site administrator preferred.
And is that the only one that you want to amend?
That was the only one that was a director level. There was the coordinator
director
one.
level. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's fine. As a motioner, I accept that. So, Madam Chair, that the motion is now for your leadership.
Okay, so it's been modified to add to that job description, site administrator preferred. And so let's ready for a vote or a motion to, oh, we did that part. We're ready to vote, I think.
Cuevas, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, yes.
Hernandez, Jarvis, yes.
It passes unanimously. Thank you. And we are now at a new job description, industry connector.
Good evening. So these are grant-funded positions that are for our CTE Pathways program, which prepare our young students for college and career. And this is from our Pathways program or college and career department. So an industry connector health, industry connector information technology, and a work-based learning liaison. And these job descriptions have been approved by UTR as well. And these are all grant funded.
Okay, public comment?
There are no public comments.
Okay, trustees. Garcia Avila, she left. Okay. Trustee Cuevas.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move approval of this item and open for discussion.
I'll second it.
And I have to second it. Go ahead.
No comments.
I have no comments.
Trustee Phillips?
No comment.
I have no comments. President Hernandez Jarvis?
No comment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's vote.
Cuevas, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez,
Laura,
Jarvis,
yes.
Sorry.
And Hernandez
Jarvis.
Jarvis, yes. So it passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. We now are at F5, 500 Chromebooks.
I'd like to make a suggestion. Miss Logan is going to talk about 5, 6, and 7, and they all kind of go together in terms of what we're buying for technology. And I wonder if we would allow her to talk about them all at the same time, and maybe there's a motion to approve all 3.
I think that would be a good idea. If anybody, does anybody have any objections to that? We'll go ahead and proceed. Also, we might need another 15 minutes, or yeah, 15 minutes to go till 10:10.
I'll move we extend to 11:10.
I mean 11. Thank you. Any second on that? Okay. So we're going to try to make it all in 5 minutes. All right.
All right.
Chromebooks.
Yep, 3 in 1. Here we go, less than 2 minutes. So the first item is a total of 1,000 Chromebooks. So in the spring, the board approved the purchase of 5,000 Chromebooks, which was for our youngest learners plus backfill. This 1,000 is in addition to that. We're trying to be very conservative and buy what we need and also make sure we have inventory sufficient so that students are not without at any point. So these 500 would be for our classroom aides to support distance learning so that they can help in breakout rooms, one-on-one instruction with students, and support the teacher in our virtual classrooms. And then the other 500 is for backfill, where we've found that we have lost Chromebooks or had damaged Chromebooks from students that either left our system and did not return them, or just the wear and tear from having so many machines at home. So that's number 5. Number 6, similarly, we are making sure that our staff has the technology needed to do their jobs, to work remotely. This 100 for staff primarily is made up of teacher laptops as well as clerical staff and our community outreach workers. And then lastly, number 7, this is an app. The Remind app is used quite commonly by a number of our teachers throughout our system. There are a couple of schools that are using Remind school-wide. This is an opportunity to use Remind district-wide as our default two-way texting app. What it does is that it allows teachers and administrators to text directly to families and to students in their home language, and for the family or student to reply. So it does allow that two-way communication that we heard repeatedly in the spring is so important for families to be able to communicate. We heard lots in various ways that we've done a good job getting messages out, but the back and forth communication we need additional tools for. So that's what this aims to do. It would be the default tool to do that. And schools, of course, would be welcome to continue using any of the other platforms that they're using for communication.
Very good, thank you. Any comments from the board? No public comments, I'm assuming.
I had one here, so we're okay.
One. Okay, go ahead.
They're gone.
Oh, okay. Trustee Cuevas.
Madam Chair, if there's no public comments in light of the resolution that we passed earlier, I'd like to move, unless anybody objects, all 3 of these items for approval.
I'll second that. I do have a couple questions.
All right, first and seconded. Trustee Panis.
Regarding the Chromebooks that we're buying, the Ed Fund is, as it should be, going around and asking our community for funds to support student achievement. And one of the things they're asking for is $6 million for Chromebooks. And I think we all knew that when we spend down the technology reserve, we're gonna have to replace our Chromebooks at some point. I'm just wondering, do we have any kind of a plan or schedule for how we want to be replacing our Chromebooks? Because I mean, the Ed Fund must have got their number from somewhere, but I don't know that the board has actually seen that information.
I can speak to that a bit, and then Dr. Wald, if you want to add in as well. So we are, at this point, as you mentioned, Mr. Panas, when we did away with our reserve, that was the fund that would be used to replace our next batch of Chromebooks. So the way we've been doing Chromebook refreshes is in kind of a 2-batch cycle, half and half. Half our Chromebooks represents about $6 million. We did that refresh for the elementary grades last year, and we're up to do that refresh for the secondary grades a year from now, which is what that $6 million represents. In all honesty, at this point in time, we don't have a plan to refresh, to pay that $6 million. We're looking to restructure the way we do refreshes so that it's not such a large expense at one period of time, that we do a grade level or 2 grade levels at a time, and we can spread it out and build that into the operational budget. But we have not yet reached that point.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for that information. That's very helpful. I'm just wondering, you said schools could continue to use whatever they're using in addition to Remind. Is Remind functionally different than Blackboard? I mean, I've heard, seems like we use, some schools use Blackboard for this right now. Is Blackboard going to go away?
No, we will continue to have Blackboard. So Blackboard is the platform that does several things. It's our public website. It's our internal intranet. It's also the system called ParentLink, which does allow us to send messages out via phone and via text. The difference is that ParentLink is one way only. So we can send messages out. We can't get messages back.
Okay, and on Remind, is that an annual license or is that a one-time license? Is there maintenance in the future or?
It's annual. Mm-hmm.
It's annual, so it's going to be an ongoing thing. Yeah. Okay, fine. Thank you. I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Trustee Panis. Trustee Phillips? Comments?
I don't have any comments or questions. Thank you.
Okay, and neither do I. And President Hernandez-Jarvis, any questions or comments?
None other than I'm using Remind for my school district too in Berkeley, and it works really great.
Okay, we're ready.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Hernandez-Jarvis. Are we ready to vote?
Cuevas, yes.
Panis, yes.
Hernandez-Jarvis, yes.
Lara, yes.
Phillips, yes.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you all. I believe, correct me if I'm not right, we go to the pooled items.
We have one more, C8, which is our
there it is.
authorization.
Yes. Board authorization. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right. So we have just a teacher consent that again, the school board can authorize a holder of a credential, everything except an emergency, to teach in a departmental class if they have the subject area knowledge and they consent. So that's the teacher consent. And then the variable term waivers are those that have credentials as well, but are still getting credentials in a different area. So those are our two right now.
Okay. Any discussion or comment from the board? Trustee Cuevas?
She's gone.
Oh, okay. Trustee Panis?
Nothing for me, and I'll move we approve the certificated board authorizations.
I'll second that. So it's been moved by Trustee Panis and seconded by Trustee Lara. So discussion? Trustee Phillips or Trustee Hernandez-Jarvis?
I don't have any comments or questions.
This is Hernandez-Jarvis. I don't have any comments or questions either.
Okay, then we can vote.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, yes.
Sorry. Hernandez-Jarvis, yes.
Okay, it passes 4-1 with Trustee Cuevas having left.
We had C2 pulled.
And I pulled that one.
Yep.
So I had a couple questions here. On the A2A system, wasn't that something we cut last year? Did we decide it was a mistake, or what's cooking here?
We did cut it because it was a general fund expense. They've added functionality that directly relates to engagement, and with the new rules and requirements to connect with students. They've added texting capabilities. We're using one-time CARES Acts to continue our outreach to our families to make sure that we're tracking both attendance and engagement and bringing them back with one-time monies this year.
Okay, great. Okay, fine. Thank you. Looking at the contracts, the annual measurable outcomes for the Mills College PLCs have nothing about them. I want to say I've sat in on these communities of practice that Mills is running, and the work is terrific. But I don't see any reason why we can't come up with. So there's got to be tons of measurable outcomes that come out of those, and I'd like to see those in the contract. So I'd actually suggest that we move the contracts except for the Mills College item, and
So-
maybe we can have that come back.
Isn't Mills starting next week though, with principals?
Yes, it is.
So it would change our entire professional development model as we're trying to build that race and equity and that academic component in distance learning to pull it tonight.
Okay, so I won't pull it, but I wish we could have annual measurable outcomes that were measurable rather than just lists of things we're gonna do. So I'll move C2.
And we need a second for that?
Yeah.
I'll second it. And no more discussion? Let's take a vote.
Panis, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Laura, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes.
Okay, passes 4-1. Trustee Cuevas having left the meeting. Next, C5.
Why don't we do C8? Because we'll go in order. Sorry, C5. Yes.
So I've pulled C5, which is classified personnel changes. I pulled C5 because back when we voted on the layoffs, I voted against the layoffs. I know they've already been done, and I know that this is a formality, but I'd rather not vote for it because I didn't vote for it the first time around. So that was the reason I pulled it. If someone wants to move it, we can get on with the show.
I'll move the classified report.
I'll second that. And let's vote.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, no.
Laura, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes.
Passes 4-1. Trustee Cuevas having left. Okay, what's next? Oh, C8. Sorry, C8.
And I pulled C8. I'm curious if staff can tell us what the differences are between this new agreement and the previous one, because the previous one wasn't included and I wasn't around in the days when that one passed.
I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay, fine.
Just going
That's okay.
The agreement that all the districts have chosen to work with. So I don't know any of the major changes, if there are any, to be
I
Uh-huh.
honest.
think it's just updating ed code because there has been changes in inter-district ed code in the last 5 years.
Okay. It'd be nice if you could pass out and send out to the board at some point the
Sure.
agreement so we can just compare it. I'd like to thank the staff because like we've had 2 separate Friday memos on June 26th and on July 17th where you actually talked about the numbers of inter-district transfers that we have. I would really love to see, you know, for maybe for last year, because it's a complete year, like what the demographic breakdown of those transfers are and what the schools of origins for the students were. But, you know, with those comments, I'm happy to move this item.
I'll second that. No more discussion. We can vote.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Laura, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes.
Passes 4-1. Trustee Cuevas having left the meeting. Okay. So that's that. Comments from the board, future agenda items. Is that where we are now? Any comments?
I'll start and I'll just add that staff has done a terrific job. Central office staff, site staff, getting this going. I truly, sincerely appreciate all the work that's gone on all summer and the craziness that's gone on the last 8 days to make this happen. I'm getting some really interesting reports back from principals and teachers about how things are going. I'll also say, like, in terms of if we start reopening, I did attend a really interesting presentation last week with some other people about opening via outdoor learning when we get to the point where we're safe to do that. And I really enjoyed it. And I think it's something we might want to think about. And I think the teacher from actually Nystrom, she was there as well. And she was speaking about that when she spoke to us in public. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Panis. Trustee Phillips?
I do not have any comments this evening. Thank you, everyone, for the meeting.
Thank you. And I want to also thank the district. I'm really proud of this district. We're moving ahead so, carefully. And I see, especially in the Friday memo, ethnic studies is moving forward, project-based learning, training, and all of these wonderful partnerships with Mills, with Internationals, Lindsay, Unified, Harvard, Berkeley, Stanford, East. I mean, we are really reaching out and doing, best practices, and I'm very impressed, and I just love it. Thank you. Any more? Let's see. Oh, President Hernandez Jarvis.
Thank you, Trustee Lara. I just want to thank the community and everybody involved in opening the schools and starting virtual learning. I think that there are so many, opportunities for things to go well, and people are really finding joy in the work and in everything they're doing to make things happen for kids. And our kids are being amazing too at just adapting to the new schedules and routines. So I want to thank the children, and I want to thank their families and our employees, everybody who is part of this team. And I also want to thank Trustee Lara and the rest of the board members for carrying on this meeting and for facilitating it. I had to step away and I apologize to the public. I just want to let everybody know that I'm present, and I look forward to our next meeting together. So thank you all.
Thank you. I guess we're adjourned.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you.